Hey, everybody.
Morning.
Hey everybody. Let's see, it's 9:02. We're just about ready to get started. And hi, I'm Lynn Burney. I'm a watershed planner with Salt Lake County Watershed Planning and Restoration. We're the hosts for the 15th annual Salt Lake County Watershed Symposium. Thank you for being here. Looks like we have 112 people have joined so far, and hopefully we have about 400 people registered, so hopefully we'll have a lot more people coming in as we start the day. I'll just give people a little more time to get connected, but I do have some housekeeping things that we want to talk about before Bob Thompson goes into our opening comments. And the first thing I wanted to just remind everyone to, if you during the speaker presentations, if you have questions for the speakers, we're using it's an app called SLCo that's integrated into the WebEx meeting. So you'll want to open up the SLCo panel, and inside of there you'll see Q&A, and we also have some polls that we'll run throughout the symposium. And so for speaker questions, please put that into the Q&A and not the chat panel. We also have the chat open in the, inside the meeting that people can use for just general questions or comments. Let's see. And if you're having trouble finding Slido, it should be showing there on your side panel, but there is like a 3 little dot button on the all the way lower right of the window that you can kind of hover over, and it might see more panels or panel options. You'll see Slido in there. And then the other thing we wanted to just announce before we get started is that we're really hoping that people take advantage of the virtual networking opportunities that we have set up today. And we're using breakout sessions inside of the WebEx. So basically, to see the list of breakout sessions, you'll want to open up the participants panel, and then you can click on breakout sessions, and you'll see we have a number of local organizations that are hosting virtual tables. We have some free tables in there, quote unquote free tables, kind of a place that you could just join and meet up with friends and colleagues. And those breakout sessions will be open throughout the entire conference, so you can pop in and pop out. And we're just really hoping that people have a chance to try out the virtual networking, and we hope it's a valuable part of this year's Watershed Symposium. And that's really my kind of housekeeping notes that I wanted to go over. So I think I'll hand it over to Bob Thompson. Thanks, Bob.
All right, perfect. Thanks, Len. If you could let me participate and share my screen. I've got some slides to introduce during this opening comment period.
Okay.
Should have it now, Bob. And there we go, starting to share right now.
Well, good morning and welcome to the 15th Annual Salt Lake County Watershed Symposium. One of my favorite parts of the annual symposium is arriving early in the morning before the attendees and having a cup of coffee. And as folks stream in, it's great to connect with them as they arrive. The attendees of the symposium are usually a diverse crowd ranging from resource managers, academicians, politicians, students, to the general public. They all add a bit of flavor to the mix. Often I'm so engrossed in my day-to-day deliverables, I lose focus on why I have my job in the first place. The diverse crowd at the symposium helps remind me of that. They remind me of the importance of water as well. Hopefully the next symposium will bring about a return to the in-person connections over coffee, a righteous lunch, and another mug that elegantly blends the subtle symposium design aesthetic with the function of an ergonomic handle. Sorry, Lynn, I didn't mean to digress too much. Our watershed is one of our most valuable assets. It provides so much that we should cherish and protect. It provides our precious drinking water, wildlife habitat, recreational opportunities, as well as economic benefits that we as a community enjoy. The fact is, without water, we don't have life. It doesn't get more basic than that. That's why your attention and efforts as water stewards, advocates, policymakers, scholars, and interested citizens is so crucial to the health of our watersheds and prosperity of the people who live here. At Salt Lake County, we have a dedicated watershed team who work tirelessly to understand, protect, and restore this precious resource. And I consider myself lucky to work with such a talented group of professionals. We host this symposium every year to bridge gaps in understanding and connect folks working in similar realms and share ideas of new research in water-related fields. We dedicate a significant amount of our limited staff time and programmatic resources to this symposium because we believe by working together and sharing ideas, we can accomplish a great deal more than all of us working in our silos. The Watershed Symposium is about bringing people together to learn about and discuss water quality concerns and opportunities. Our hope is for these conversations to result in a comprehensive review of the current state of our watershed and develop a more effective, efficient practice. This year's symposium reflects a not-so-new normal of virtual meetings, which presents a significant challenge to this event. One of the most commented upon aspects of the Watershed Symposium has been the networking opportunities provided by the venue and the structure of the event. We hope that the opportunity will be alive in the virtual event through Q&A sessions and live presentations from dedicated presenters. These groups and individuals are presenting on the current state and the future of the Great Salt Lake, community science and fostering community involvement, water supply and water quality, green infrastructure and impacts on urban hydrology, and river restoration practices. Thank you to the presenters and Salt Lake County staff who helped get this symposium off the ground, and especially thanks to each of you for joining us for this 15th annual Watershed Symposium and your help in maintaining clean and safe waterways. I would like to offer a heartfelt thank you to our keynote speaker for attending the Watershed Symposium. Today, we're honored to hear from an individual who, much like this symposium, has dedicated her career to bridging gaps between academic research and real-world planning and design applications. Dr. Sarah Hinners is a landscape and urban ecologist who directs the University of Utah's Center for Ecological Planning and Design. Her inspiring message will explore the concept of resilience and apply to our local watershed, check in on some key dimensions of that resilience, then highlight some ways we might move to deepen our resilience as a watershed community. Feel free to share your thoughts using the interactive reactions in WebEx, and please participate in the polls. That all makes it more interesting for the entire crowd. So with that, I would like to turn the time over to our keynote speaker, Dr. Sarah Hinners. So let me stop. Okay.
And Sarah,
I'm going to unmute myself.
There we go.
Step
and
one.
You should be able to share now too.
And then I'm going to share my screen. Even better. All right. So when Lynn invited me to give the keynote presentation here, I was, first of all, very honored. And second of all, I was like, I have been kind of hiding away in my house for the last 2 years, and I'm not sure that I necessarily have particularly big thoughts to share. So I think as a good professor, what I will have to say today actually is mostly questions for you all, and maybe some partial answers that I might have. At best, I only have partial answers. So Lynn and I talked about what I should talk about and what the title should be, and we came up with resilience in the face of change. And I think for many of us, the idea of resilience right now is a very personal idea. I mean, if you ask someone about resilience right now, they're going to think about their own, personal struggles that they've experienced in the last couple of years dealing with the pandemic. And because we have all been, dealing with change, we are all in the face, looking change in the face right now. So that is not what I'm going to talk about. But what's great about the concept of resilience is that it applies across any number of different contexts and scales and situations, from an individual person up to a watershed and even to the globe. So I included this picture of this little violet. It's kind of a blurry picture, but this little violet is blooming in my back lawn right now. So this is a fresh photo from my backyard of the little spring violet blooming in November amid all the fallen leaves. And I don't know if that is actually an expression of resilience, whether it's, is it smart or stupid to be a violet blooming in November? But I give the violet points for the aspect of resilience that is perhaps trying new things. It's thinking outside the box, and it is hedging its bets. So way to go, little violet. I wish you luck. So the resilience I'm going to talk about today, because I'm an ecologist, is ecological resilience. But again, this concept applies across a lot of different systems, but I'm going to start with ecological resilience. So ecological resilience is defined as the capacity of a system to maintain its fundamental characteristics in the face of stressors or disturbances. Again, wow, this totally applies to everyday life, right? When you're thinking about a pandemic. But we can think about lots of different systems when we think about resilience. And the diagram I'm showing here is a very common framework that's used to understand resilience, which just uses our intuitive grasp of gravity to picture a ball in a basin or a cup. And if that cup is very steep and deep, the ball isn't going to move very easily. So if you shake the cup or if you apply some sort of force to the ball, it will move, but it will settle back down into the bottom pretty quickly, as opposed to a ball in a shallow cup, which can be displaced fairly easily. And we think of that as a less resilient system when it's in a shallow cup. So just to start thinking, have you guys start thinking about resilience, because I'm going to ask you in a moment, very soon, start thinking about the parameters that describe resilience for a particular system. So what might be those stressors that are pushing the ball out of place? What might be the characteristics of the system that make it a deep basin versus a shallow one? So this is the place that we're all talking about today. We are here at the Salt Lake County Watershed Symposium. And I think that this is a fairly special place, and it was famously, I put this here because of the famous declaration by Brigham Young as he emerged from Emigration Canyon and looked out over the valley and said, "This is the place." And more than that, I don't really know. I'm purely on legend here, but I do love to try to imagine the valley that Brigham Young looked out over as he stood there. And he clearly saw value in this place, right? He is like, this is the place because it has all of these great characteristics. So what I want to ask you first, hopefully this is in fact the question I sent to you, Sam. I want to ask you guys, if you would, to please enter in the SLCo question, what are some of the parameters or the characteristics that would have made the Salt Lake Valley a deep basin? In other words, a resilient system in 1847. What would Brigham Young have seen that made him say, this is the place, guys. This is where we're going to stop our trek across the country, and we are going to put down some roots and plant some potatoes. And now I can't actually see the responses that people are giving. How do I see that?
So I think, Sarah, if you're sharing a screen, it's a little trickier, but everybody else who's sending a response can see them. If you'd like, I can read a few off.
I can open chat, but that isn't where stuff is.
Do you have the SLCo tab yourself, where you can see the question?
I do yes.
So if you send an answer, you'll be able to see the results. That's true for
okay.
everybody else as well. So
I have to answer my own question. That's cheating. All right. Great. Oh, look at all these answers. Lovely. Okay. So water in a desert, lack of people. I love that answer, that the resilience is based on lack of people. Vegetation, snow. There's a lot of snow and water in here. A lot of snow and water. Indigenous stewardship, abundant vegetation. Awesome. Great. I like the sneaky person who put in H2O instead of writing out water, because then it doesn't quite count in the word cloud. All right. Awesome. Thank you. Let's hold these thoughts. Hold these thoughts in mind. Okay. Okay, so moving on. So we've talked about the cup in the ball in a basin model. Now, a system that is pushed, we talked about stressors in the model. So a system that's pushed out all the way out of its basin by a stress or a disturbance may cross a threshold and move into an alternative state. And so the shape, the dimensions of these basins, of these resilience cups are changeable as things change, right? As circumstances change. So coming back to the Salt Lake Valley, the Salt Lake Valley now has already undergone a radical transition. And so my next question for you, and this is a quick one, is it still essentially the same, in the same state, or has it moved to a new one? And I think an argument could be made on either side. So of course, I need to answer my own question before I'm going to be I'm going to say something that I think other people won't disagree. Okay, so most of you feel that it has moved into a new state. So we are no longer looking in that same resilience basin that Brigham Young looked out over in 1847. Great. Thanks for playing along with me, guys. So what we live in now, what we're looking at now when we look out over the Salt Lake Valley is not just an ecological system. In fact, so when Brigham Young looked out over that valley, he was probably looking at a social ecological system because of the existence of indigenous peoples already using that valley. Now I would say we are living in a social ecological technological system. And this is a framework. Folks who know me and work with me know that I use this 3-circle Venn diagram a lot, that we live and work in this space that is an overlap between ecological, social, and technological systems. And just to give you a taste of something more specific, in case that's too abstract for you, this is from a paper published in 2019 for the city of Austin. So this is, again, a framework that's looking at social, ecological, technical systems and what that really looks like. Who are these people and what are they doing and how are these pieces connected? And I would argue that everyone attending the Watershed Symposium today sits somewhere in this framework. It's hard to not be in this framework somewhere. And if you're not in this framework somewhere, which is much more specific, you're probably in this one. And so I marked my territory here with a teacup. So I work and think very much in the middle of this diagram, but I am a little over on the ecological side because I'm an ecologist. So for example, when I work in stormwater green infrastructure, which is a big part of what I do, it is an example of something that also sits squarely in the middle of this framework because it uses designed and managed ecological but also technical systems to mimic pre-development hydrology. And it exists in an urban or human-dominated environment, and much more so than conventional stormwater infrastructure because it is brought to the surface, as in this picture here of Grant Avenue in Ogden, where it is now in the public realm. It is somewhere where people will be interacting with it every day. So one more quick question. what parameters now would you say support high resilience in this more complex, this social, ecological, technical system, as opposed to just a straight ecological system? And again, I need to give an answer in order to see your answers. So okay. Great, I love this. Knowledge-based civic engagement, technology awareness. Stewardship is really big. Biodiversity, fantastic. Collaboration, empathy. I love this, you guys. This is so much fun. Stewardship is a big word here. Common goals, great. Okay, I wish I had time to linger in this. We could just chat all morning, but I don't have time. So I'm gonna move on. So I say, my answer to this question, which are similar to what you guys are saying, what helps with resilience in a sense is factors that support adaptation and innovation. So we need, again, to be adapting to change. So some of the things that I would put here are a strong resource base. You need to have a rich system in order to do anything, right? So you've got to have some resources to work with, but those resources are a mixture of natural resources, human resources, and economic resources. You need to have, as you guys have said here in your word cloud, coordination and collaboration, and you need to have good knowledge. You need to have usable knowledge. So my work in SETS bridges multiple areas, and it's interesting and challenging. So I am both an ecologist, and as an ecologist, I'm trained to gather data and generate new knowledge, and mostly to publish papers for other ecologists to read. On the other hand, I work in the Department of City and Metropolitan Planning at the U, and I am also a planner. And planners also gather data, but ultimately the work of planners is to decide on action. Therefore, we have descriptive task. And so being both a descriptive person and a prescriptive person kind of blows my mind sometimes. I'm going to go, again, this is a rich diagram, and I'm going to go quickly. The point of this diagram, which is something we've developed over many years trying to figure out how planning and ecology work together, generally the planning and design fields, these are processes that tend to happen largely, as Bob said, in silos. They happen independently of one another, and ecology completely independently. Because we're descriptive, we don't participate in doing things. We just look at what's been done and say, here's what happens. And if you look at the arrows at the bottom, ecologists tend to share their knowledge back within their own field. And any of the knowledge generation, certainly from ecology, makes it back to planning and design very, very slowly and imperfectly. So this is just sort of a little, this is the project that I'll be talking about later today about the Landscape Lab up on the University of Utah campus, where we have gone through these three processes. In 2015, we were developing the Red Butte Creek Strategic Vision for the University of Utah. In 2017, we were planning a demonstration project called the Landscape Lab. And in 2021, here it is, it's built, and here we are out there doing our science. And so in going through all of these processes that usually happen quite separately, we just took them all and we kind of smashed them together a bit. And we made an integrated process in which all of these different people with their different skills, their different products at the end, are actually still coordinating and collaborating with one another throughout this integrated process. And with that result, how am I doing on time, Sam?
You have about just shy of 4 minutes left.
Sweet. So. Okay. Good. So I can take it easy a little bit. So with this integrated process, I think by having smushed these things together that are normally so separate, we are able to contribute to resilience because our process contributes to protecting, restoring, and enhancing the natural resource base of our ecosystem, because we are working, planners, designers, ecologists, lots of other folks too, in fact, lots of stakeholders, people who are listening to me talk right now have been part of that process. That when we are facing a time of rapid change, we're facing pressures, we're facing climate change. Not only do we need to protect our natural resource base, but we need to be looking for some pretty radical opportunities to restore and enhance it going forward. In doing so, we were building coordination and collaboration between very disparate sectors and disciplines. And I like to think we were producing valuable, actionable knowledge because, I'm going to jump back here really quick, because the knowledge that comes out of this, in fact, all three of these processes generate new knowledge, but because we do it together, that knowledge is better shared. However, something that we noticed as we have been thinking through this process over the years is that all of these three fields, but I think probably all of you can relate to this. As you get to the end of your process model, right? You've done your thing, you've created your final deliverable, right? There is a tendency to walk away, to say, okay, it's done, we're moving on. And I would argue that maybe the most important, or certainly one of the most important stages of this integrated process is this bottom level, this generating new understanding. If we're just planning and designing and studying for the sake of the end product, rather than the generating new understanding, we are failing to take advantage of an opportunity to enhance our resilience as a system. So, for example, I teach. We will do projects over the course of a semester, and student projects are really their opportunities to learn, right? But students present their projects on the last day of class, and then they walk away, and there's a whole level of feedback and further sort of digesting of what they've learned that's missed because the semester ends. Yep.
We are going to have to cut it off there so we can work our way into our first presenter.
Can I give you my last slide? Because my takeaway is that the Salt Lake County Watershed Symposium serves that final, purpose of generating new understanding amongst very disparate folks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. We appreciate you. And we'll see you in a couple hours, actually, again. Yeah. But right now it's 9:30. So we are going to bring to the stage Zach Frankel and Nick Hallberg. They'll be presenting The Great Salt Lake and Climate Change, What's Our Namesake's Future? This workshop explores the future of the lake poses in a hotter world. And Zach, Nick, are you guys both here?
Yes, we're here. Good morning, everybody.
Stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much, Sarah. That was fascinating and really insightful. Good morning, everybody. We are really excited to be here. I am Zach Frankel, the Executive Director of the Utah Rivers Council, and I am joined by our wonderful research and policy analyst, Nick Hallberg. And we are really happy to talk to you today about the Great Salt Lake. So the Utah Rivers Council is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We have been around for 27 years now, working to protect Utah's rivers and streams and implement water conservation. And I'm going to just run right into these slides, excuse me. Can somebody give me a thumbs up or a shout that you can see my screen? Okay, great. So here's our contact info. If you want to get a hold of us, our website, utahrivers.org. And so, you know, we all know, I think most of us know, that the Great Salt Lake this summer set a record low, a new historic low for the level of the Great Salt Lake, unfortunately. And this is something that has been anticipated, unfortunately, for a long time. You know, and so today we are here to survey some of the science and some of the policy on the state of the Great Salt Lake, and visit some other places around the world and see if we can learn from their experience. We really need to make sure we protect the Great Salt Lake, not because of just our concerns about the environment, but because concerns of our air quality and our economy. There's such a rich billion-dollar economy at the Great Salt Lake that we need to make sure exists for the future. And when we go visit other saline lakes or other lakes across the globe, there's a lot of important lessons to see. So this is Lake Popo in Bolivia, and this is a time lapse showing what it looks like today after upstream water diversions of its tributaries from mining and agriculture. This is in Iran. This is Lake Urmia. And dams and reservoirs have reduced the water inflows about 20%. And so Lake Urmia, unfortunately, shrunk to just 10% of its original size. And if we visit these lakes around the world, we find a similar connection that upstream water diversions are greatly impacting these wonderful aquatic treasures. This is the Aral Sea, which used to be the 4th largest lake in the world, and upstream water diversions have shrunk it to just 10% of its size. Lake Boktagan, diversions shrank this massive lake from 320 square feet to just 80 square miles. Excuse me, 320 square miles to 80 square miles in 2017. The Dead Sea has seen diversions upstream, driving a 3-foot per year decline in flows, a total of 66 feet in decline for that lake. For Mono Lake, LA diverted the tributaries flowing into Mono Lake, shrinking its surface by about 33%. And then Owens Lake, Los Angeles, again, diverted the tributaries of the Owens Lake, the Owens River, drying up the lake. And so upstream water diversions pose a real serious threat to these lakes and to the Great Salt Lake. It's really one of our biggest threats. Let's take a closer look at Owens Lake. There's a lot of lessons to be learned there. This is a historic photo of Owens Lake. And what's super interesting about it is to look at the news story from 1907. And this is the San Francisco newspaper announcing that LA had bonded for $23 million to divert the Owens River to Los Angeles. And what's interesting about it is that this is a well-known story of how LA essentially tricked the farmers of the Owens River Valley into selling their water to Los Angeles, and they tricked their own city council. This is well documented. And then by 1927, the community realized what had happened and really had sorrow and remorse for failing to protect the Owens River Valley and the agriculture that was there. And you can see that it led to violence and actual dynamiting of the Los Angeles aqueduct. And so this is one of the worst stories of tricking a community into water. Owens Valley has really paid the price. This is what remains of the lake. It's obviously gone. This white region shows the dust that is airborne, this fine sediment dust that gets airborne when the wind blows. Some of the worst PM10, these really small particulate matter that unfortunately gets lodged into residents' lungs. And so Los Angeles was forced to build this sprinkler system to try and aerate this dust at a cost of $2 billion and counting. It's now 15% of the cost of the water bill in Los Angeles. And this video shows what the time lapse is of the Owens Valley and what these dust storms are causing people. People literally run to their front doors and put towels under the front door crack to keep the dust from coming into their house. It is a serious health crisis that Los Angeles has created. And unfortunately, the same activity is happening here in Utah. This is looking west from the U of U Meteorology Building. And what we're looking at is a time lapse of the Salt Lake Valley. And you'll notice that if you look up, you can see blue sky and some high clouds, high thin clouds for the most part. And on the horizon, you can see dust coming in off the lake bed. So this is not a rainstorm. You can see that as the dust gets closer to the camera, the upper area of the troposphere there is still clear. It's actually not a precipitation event. And if you go look at the air quality indicator, you can see the impacts of these dust events. So here's the air quality indicator for the Salt Lake Valley. And this one is pointing to the red air day, the dreaded day when we're supposed to stay inside, typically in a winter inversion. And it's pointing out that the parts per million on a red air day are 55 micrograms per cubic liter. And you can see here, this is the actual dust event on April 14, 2015. It is so much dust, it's literally off the scale. It's just in the permanent magenta area at 279 micrograms per cubic meter. This is a reality that we are facing today, and we need to take action about it. We need to do something about it. So we'll come back to policy in a moment. Let's take a look at what the future of the Great Salt Lake looks like, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to Nick Hallberg, our research and policy analyst.
Thanks, Zach. Just a little bit more doom and gloom, and then we'll get to some solutions. Before we jump into what the future of the Great Salt Lake looks like, I thought it would be good just to establish the Bear River inflows to the Great Salt Lake. So the Bear River is the largest tributary, and really it's responsible for determining a lot of the levels. The Division of Water Resources reported that the historical average inflows from the Bear River to the Great Salt Lake were about 1.2 million acre feet. And you can see that in the picture on the right. The greenish bluish arrow shows where the Bear River enters the Great Salt Lake. This is the northeast quadrant. Current Bear River inflows, however, are just about 850,000 acre feet. So we've already seen a decline of close to 350,000 acre feet, according to the Division of Water Resources. And you can see the impact that's had on the lake where the Bear River enters the Great Salt Lake there. There's two potential factors that could exacerbate these declines and these lake declines into the future. And we're going to talk about both of them. I should note there's a little bit of the scientific debate over which factors played a larger role or which one could be the most influential in the future. We're not trying to put a vote either way or get involved in that debate. We just want to outline what the broad threats are and what the future of the lake could look like under both these factors. So the first factor that's worth noting is climate change. Recently, you may be familiar that the IPCC, sort of the world's leading scientific authority on climate change, released their 6th assessment report. This is a really big undertaking that the IPCC goes through every few years, does a really comprehensive global view of what climate change looks like. In that 6th assessment report, the IPCC looked at Western North America, that area you see circled on the map there. And they found that for the Western North America area, there's likely to be an increase in temperature, an increase in aridity and drought, a decrease in snow and ice, and a decrease in precipitation. So in other words, they found that there's likely to be a hotter, drier future in the Western US. That doesn't necessarily spell a good future for the Bear River, for the Great Salt Lake, but this is also a pretty big sector. It covers from Mexico to Canada. So to get a more localized view, we can actually look at another recent study. This is a study from a collection of USGS scientists. What they did is projected what changes in streamflow would look like in subbasins across the American West. And the results are shown on this map here. So you can see all these different polygons and shapes. Those are different subbasins. If it's colored red, it means that the scientists predict there'll be a decrease in streamflow. If it's colored blue, the scientists predict there'll be an increase in streamflow. The darker the color, the more extreme that change is. So the Great Salt Lake Basin, the area that we're concerned about, is shown just about here. Awesome. And you can see under this climate scenario that these scientists model, this represents about a 2 degrees Celsius increase. There's some slight reddening around the Great Salt Lake area, so it looks like a sort of slight decrease in stream flow for that region. So also not good news, but potentially not disastrous on its own yet. But under more extreme climate scenarios, and keep an eye on that area, watch how the colors change. Under about a 4 degrees C climate scenario, the change is much more pronounced. And you can see a lot more darker reds in the region. This would be significant stream flow declines for the Great Salt Lake Basin, and this would likely be a very bad future. So that's one significant threat. Climate change, making things hotter and drier, reducing the amount of water that could even be able to flow into the Great Salt Lake. But as Zach mentioned before, there's a second significant threat, and that's water diversions. So if we talk about those, the largest, I see a question in the chat here, what's some of the major upstream diversions? Well, this is the major upstream diversion. It's called Bear River Development. It's a proposal to build a series of dams and dozens of miles of pipeline on the Bear River and divert that water from the Bear River before it enters the Great Salt Lake down to the Wasatch Front, down to homes and cities along the Wasatch Front. Idaho and the state of Utah both hold a water right for this project that totals about 400,000 acre-feet of diversion. It's estimated that it'd be about a $2.9 billion project. That's excluding mitigation costs for impacted wetlands and things like that. And as we mentioned before, current Bear River inflows to the Great Salt Lake are about 850,000 acre-feet. So a 400,000 acre-foot diversion would divert about half of that water. So this is really a quite substantial diversion project in the main tributary to the Great Salt Lake. And there's some really good science that shows why water diversions matter so much for the Great Salt Lake. We can see, if we can go to the next slide, that water diversions have lowered Great Salt Lake levels already 11 feet. So this 2016 white paper is quite famous. You might have seen it before. They found that since people started developing in the Wasatch Front, that water diversions have lowered Great Salt Lake levels 11 feet. This paper also referenced a claim by the Division of Water Resources that building Bear River Development Project would lower the Great Salt Lake an additional 8.5 inches. But if we check out the footnotes, we can see that what the division really means is that there's a range. It could lower 8.5 to 14 inches. I should note that this 2016 white paper itself doesn't do any modeling or anything to come up with that range. They simply reference communication with the division. You can see that underlined in that footnote, personal communication. So we think this is potentially a conservative estimate. We think that diverting half the inflow of the Bear River to the Great Salt Lake could have much more substantial effects and declines to the lake. We could see lake declines of 2 to 4 feet potentially. This really is sort of the second of the 1-2 punch of the threats to the Great Salt Lake. We see climate change potentially reducing the amount of water available, and diversions, new diversions like Bear River development, also substantially decreasing that. So with that's our doom and gloom. That's our sad future. But fortunately, we don't have to go there. I'm going to throw it back to Zach Frankel, and he's going to talk about some of the solutions and some of the things we can do to avoid that future.
Thank you, Nick. So it is really tempting to be sad and negative upon hearing science. But the reality is that there's a lot we can do. In fact, when you take a look at Bear River development and how much opportunity we have around water policy in Utah, there's a lot of solutions. So this is the cover of the 2015 legislative audit on the state agency proposing Bear River development. And if you just jump into it, you can get this off the Legislative Auditor General's website. It's really easy to find. You can send us an email. We'll help you direct you to it. But the page on the title of Chapter 4 is one that is worth addressing because it's very hopeful. So the title is really everything. The growth in future water supply should be reported to policymakers. Now, people hear that and they go, wait, I don't understand. I'm hearing that climate change is going to reduce or is already reducing our water inflows because of shrinking snowpacks from increased winter airtime temperatures. How could our water supply be growing? Well, the reason is because our municipal water supply, our urban water supply, is actually just a small total of how we use water. What we're concerned about for Bear River development, what's being the purpose of it, is for municipal growth. But this is how Utah uses its water. 85% of our water is used in the agricultural sector, meaning that all of our city water uses are only about 15% of our total water use. And we're growing on that ag sector. Unfortunately, our agriculture is declining, but with it comes a massive water supply. And that's one of what's being discussed here in the title of chapter 4. We're converting that growth. That growth is converting that ag water. And as that happens, we don't need Bear River development. And it's not just a theory, it's what the data shows. This is the Division of Water Resources State Water Plan for the Weber Basin. It seems like every time I cite these plans about agricultural water growth, the division removes them from their plans so that people don't know that there is this massive available water source. You can see time from 1987 to 2060 in the Weber Basin. So this is the Weber Basin watershed. And you can see that as we march towards 2060, there's less and less water used in the ag sector. Huge quantities, literally hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water should be transferred to these new municipal and industrial uses. If you look at the purpose for Bear River development, the actual engineering report and the claims that we're running out of water, it's based on these numbers here in red on the bottom for the 4 regions slated to receive water. I'm not going to walk through the details to keep it moving, but at the bottom right there in the year 2060, we only need 147,000 acre feet for these 4 Wasatch Front communities. Well, you know, the ag water conversions alone would easily flood that. There's simply no need for this water project. And, you know, it's worth noting that this engineering report came up with this sort of doomsday scenario to convince people to move forward by claiming that if we convert all of the ag lands one day, maybe we'll need 408,000 acre feet, a scenario they called build out. But there's no dates for it, and they completely ignored how much agricultural water would be available. So that's just one really easy solution we could implement with a wave of our hand is let's not pretend like we need this water project anymore. We don't ever, and we need to stop investing millions of dollars in it every single year. Another opportunity is to just reduce water use through basic water conservation practices. Utah cities, according to the division, use about 245 gallons of water per person per day for each resident, 365 days of the year. And you can see the other city resident water use for some other cities. We got Denver using 142, literally 100 gallons less per resident per day. The US average is about that same amount, just a little less. LA's using 124, Tucson and Phoenix are using 110 or 120. We could easily lower our water use to just 175 gallons per person per day. But it's important to understand what we're up against. These are some of the many water conservation bills that have been killed at the Utah legislature from opposition among the water community that does not want to save water. And the reason I like to show all of this is because these bills have been either completely killed or completely gutted by some of the water supply community. It's not that we're having a shortage of good ideas. We got plenty of those. It's that all of these Democratic and Republican sponsors are having trouble passing these 3 different kinds of bills going back 22 years. And if you take those 3 layers and you say, well, okay, if this bill had passed, how much water would we have saved? We've quantified that estimate to figure out how much more water we would have in our reservoirs today if we were to lower our water demand. And it equates to a reservoir 1.5 million acre feet, which is amazing. If you multiply by 6, you have the population size that water would provide for each year. It's the equivalent of 5 years of the Salt Lake Valley's annual water supply. So these are the forecasts from the division about this running out of water, doom and gloom scenario. But if we just lowered our water use to 175, we wouldn't need to build these costly and destructive projects. These are all the cities, well, small sampling of the cities that are using less than 175 gallons per person per day. It would be a wave of the hand for Utah Division of Water Resources to set a water conservation goal that is below that 175 figure. 2 years ago, the state amended its water conservation plan. The old goal was to reduce water use 1% per year over the long term. But when they replaced that water conservation goal, they lowered it to the long-term goal of 0.5% per year. So we could easily lower our water use just by changing this plan and working with cities to cultivate more water conservation so that we can get more water to the Great Salt Lake. It's not impossible. The solutions are out there. The question is, will we organize ourselves to tell our elected and appointed officials what we want in Utah to save the future of the Great Salt Lake? And with that, I would like to open up the floor to questions and hear any and all questions that we have, that folks might have about our presentation. And Nick and I would like to thank you very much for your time and attention to this morning's session.
Hey, Zach, we did have a few questions come through. You guys actually answered a bunch of them as they were rolling in. But the most recent one to come back is what % of water use in the Salt Lake Valley is from agriculture?
Boy, that's a really good question. There's still a lot of secondary water use in the Salt Lake Valley, and it's considered municipal use. It's because it's agricultural water diversions where the canals got converted to municipal use. And the division has a pretty good statistic that I believe about 1/3 of all the residential water use in Utah is by this secondary water use, these untreated agricultural canals that were converted to flood or sprinkler irrigation of backyard grass or lawns at parks. So that kind of helps identify it. Agriculture is rapidly disappearing in the Salt Lake Valley and of course the Wasatch Front, but I'm not sure what percentage in just the Salt Lake Valley. I've not seen a database that just breaks it down in the Salt Lake Valley.
And I would add to the communities that would receive Bear River run all the way from the Salt Lake Valley on the low end up to Ogden and some of the northern Utah communities too. So obviously in the Salt Lake Valley, agriculture is a smaller percentage, but in some of the more northern communities in Cache County, for example, there's much larger percentage of agriculture that will likely be converted as growth continues in those communities. So across that whole area, it varies pretty substantially as well.
And I have another question here. And you mentioned agriculture is declining. Where are those water rights actually going?
Boy, that's a really good question. It's really the right question to ask. The problem is there's a big delay in the conversion of ag water to municipal water. The land gets converted really quickly, obviously, but the water often just stays in those canals. You can go on to KSL Classifieds right now under other real estate and find pages and pages and pages of water rights for sale. It's its own category, water rights. So this Utah legislature changed the law. We're taught that, Western water laws, use it or lose it. They actually changed the law to allow water rights holders to sit on their water for more than 35 years through what's called a non-use permit. They can just keep getting renewals again and again, and each time it lasts 7 years. So all told, it's about 35 years before a water rights holder actually has to give up their water rights. And that's unfortunate that the State House changed that law. We really should live by prior appropriation, and people should either use their water or sell it if they're not going to.
Okay, another one that just came in. What about ordinances to limit large water users, such as data centers, bottling plants?
Yeah, really great idea. The cities have oftentimes required that new development has grass. There was one of those bills was a Republican senator who tried to change the state landscape ordinance to not allow cities to require grass, and he couldn't get that passed because the League of Cities and Towns opposed that bill. A lot of times cities are recruiting these data centers to come and they offer them generous water rate incentives to do that. Of course, they're trying to drive economic growth in their local economy. So we don't really value water is really the problem. We make water in Utah so cheap. We have the cheapest water rates in the United States. And that's why we're not really valuing the Great Salt Lake, is because we're not really valuing water. But that's a really good question that has a lot of strings and tentacles attached to it.
And the next question we have here actually kind of relates to what you were just saying. What is the major resistance to making these conservation changes? Is it technical? Is it political, economic, just tradition?
It's a really good question. Think about it like it's your business and you're selling product, and I walk into your door and I come up to you and I say, "Hey, I need you to sell less product today and next week and next month and next year. I need you to reduce your sales." You'd show me the door and lock me out, right? Well, that's what water conservation is. To a water supplier, water conservation means reduce water sales, and it's not that they're bad, or I'm not trying to impugn them at all. It just makes a big financial headache to lower their revenue stream through water conservation. So what we see with water conservation is a lot of social media campaigns, a lot of TV advertisements, a lot of feel-good things to convince the public that we're saving water, but not really addressing the core issues that we need to focus on to reduce water sales and still have long-term stability for these water supply agencies to pay their staff and their operations.
And just one more thing, I know we're right about out of time, but also some of these big projects like Bear River Development has been in the legislature for decades now. So a lot of when we talk about bills being defeated and things like this, a lot of the legislators there are just used to this narrative of, oh, we need Bear River Development, et cetera. And they don't hear that much from other citizens, like all the people in this call, telling them otherwise. So one of the best things you can do if you want to get involved is this legislative session, talk to your legislator and tell them to support water conservation. And if we do that, we don't need these other really big projects.
Thanks, Nick. And we're pretty much out of time there. So I'm going to help transfer you guys over. There are still a number of questions coming through. And for everybody that's on here, all of our attendees, there is a breakout session that shows as continue Q&A with Zach and Nick. If you have additional questions, we'll get these questions over to them. If you have additional questions for them, please jump into that breakout session with them right now. We have about 10 minutes before our next presentation starts. And Nick and Zach will be there answering those questions directly, and you can unmute yourself in that format. But Nick, Zach, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And wait, so all right, for those of you that are still there too, you can get to that breakout session. It's under the participants pane in the bottom right of your breakout sessions tab, and it's called Continue Q&A with Zach and Nick. I think there's quite a few people in there, but that'll go on as long as need be, unless it bleeds past the next presentation, which actually starts at 10:10. And that one's going to be called Community Science in the Jordan River Watershed and Overview. So we'll see you back here at 10:10. Thanks, everyone.
my God.
Hey, everybody. We're just getting ready to start our next session, Community Science in the Jordan River Watershed, an overview. The speakers are still getting set up backstage. Meanwhile, I just wanted to remind everyone something I forgot to mention in the beginning, that you can give feedback to the speakers in the online schedule. There's just really easy feedback icons that it's just super simple and easy. So please take a minute to give feedback for the speakers. Thanks.
All right, and hopefully everyone can hear me. As we get everything going, we're just kind of organizing right now. I would like to get started on the next presentation. This presentation is going to be called Community Science in the Jordan River Watershed, an overview. And we're going to do this one a little bit differently. This is more of a discussion. We will actually start by having Chris Klein. She'll be a little bit more of the moderator, so I get a little break here. But here, we will make sure. We're just going to unmute her real quick. Chris, can you hear us? We can't hear you yet.
Okay.
All right,
Can you hear me now?
That. Yep, and
Okay.
you should have the ability to share your screen, get started. We've got 30 minutes for this presentation, just so everyone knows, but we will have that Q&A afterward, and we've split this one up a little bit differently on the Q&A in case there's a lot of questions. So we are looking forward to it. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, good morning, everybody. First, I want to just give kudos to Lynn and her crew for pulling this off. This is way more complicated than walking into a big room and, standing up in front of a podium. So thanks so much. I'll share my screen now. I just wanted to say, we're here. Let me start with sharing my screen, I guess. There we go. Okay, so can everybody see my screen? Okay.
Sorry, Sarah, I don't actually see your screen. Maybe it's just me though. Does anybody else?
No.
I don't see it either.
Oh shoot, why not? Let me see. Okay, screen 2. Oh, share. Okay. How about that? Does that work?
That's looking good. See PowerPoint.
Okay, great. Okay, well then let me move this to here. Okay. Still okay. So community science is something that and citizen science, the names of the two of them are kind of synonymous. Is something that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And it's very broad ranging. And so what we wanted to do for this session was bring together a panel of different people who are working in this realm of citizen science or community science in the Jordan River watershed, and talk about, we've got some kind of starter questions that that we're going to talk through, and then there's a Q&A session after this session. So if you want to stick around and ask questions about community science or projects, or how to start a project, anything like that, we'll be in that breakout room and ready to do that. So I'm Chris Klein. I work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I run a program that's called the Natural Resource Damage Assessment and Restoration Program. And we get funds from legal settlements that we're able to use to do restoration. And we have a site on the Jordan River that there's a Sharon Steel Mill that we got a damage settlement for. And one of the reasons that was cited for why the situation got as bad as it was that the people of Salt Lake had kind of turned their back on the Jordan River. And so one of the goals of this restoration project was to kind of correct that and restore that. And so we, working with other people, we've decided that, community science is really the best way to do that. And so just a really brief note. So there's citizen science and community science are used kind of interchangeably. The term was first adopted as citizen science. There's, been some concerns about how inclusive that might be, whether that's really talking about what's going on. And so there's been a move to change it to community science, which I think is really, the best term, because it more accurately describes, what's happening with the process. So by getting people involved in these projects, we're actually building a community. We're building a community of stewardship around the river. And that stewardship, as kind of became apparent in Sarah's keynote talk, that stewardship is one of the things that builds resilience. And so by doing these projects, we really are building resilience in the system. So I want to introduce our panelists really quickly, just by name, and then I'll give them a quick chance to introduce themselves. We have Brian Tonetti, who's with the Seven Canyons Trust, Cooper Farr with the Tracy Aviary, who've been running a bird survey program for almost 10 years now. Eric McCulley, who works with River Restoration Incorporated. Rose Smith, who works with Sageland Collaborative, which was formerly known as Wild Utah. So just there's a transition going on there too. And then Sarah Newman, who's from Colorado State University, who works with an organization called CitSci.org that supports citizen science projects. So we're going to go through a couple different topics. We're going to start with the science. What kind of data is best collected by community science? Can the data be integrated and shared? How can we do that? How can it be best used to manage the restored areas on the river and actually in the watershed? And what are the best ways to bring in and train new community scientists? And then we'll move to the people. So there's kind of a segue there. How do we involve young people? How can we reach out to different groups? Who's missing from the conversation? How can we better address inclusion? So, actually making it more representative of the communities that are actually in the watershed. And then the challenges, which is, kind of how do we do everything above, but, what's the most challenging part? What are the barriers to doing this? And then what are the biggest limitations to overcome in terms of knowledge, capacity, or resources? And then finally, the future. What isn't happening yet that could be or should be? What is the future of these different organizations in the watershed? And how do we hope that this will grow and change? So these are some questions that we came up with to kind of explain the scope of community science. And then, like I say, in the Q&A session, we really hope to be able to have enough time to answer people's questions in a little bit more depth. So, and then this is just a contact page. So as we, as we leave you, this slide deck will be there and the contact information will be there. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our introductions. And let's start with Brian.
Great, thanks, Chris.
Then,
so
go ahead and turn off my screen. I'm not sure how to end that. End slideshow. Okay. So
thank you. So my name is Brian Tonetti, and I am the executive director of a nonprofit organization called the Seven Canyons Trust, which is working to uncover and restore the buried and impaired creeks here in the Salt Lake Valley. I'll just kind of quickly introduce our two kind of main community science programs and then leave space for the other presenters. So kind of our two main programs is our Seven Creeks Walk series, which is essentially a program to host walking conversations and collaborative action along each of our seven major tributaries to the Jordan River. here in the Salt Lake Valley. And our second is a series of websites, which we call the My Waterways websites. And they're essentially 7 interactive websites that highlight our creeks. And then we have one for the Jordan River as well. And they essentially are basically interactive maps of each of the watersheds and have 2 functions. One where community members can submit stories, and the second is the ability to report issues along our creeks, which are kind of intended to address watershed and kind of water quality concerns in our watershed.
Okay. Let's move on to Sarah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Newman. I'm with the organization SLCo based out of Colorado State University. And SLCo is a hosting platform for citizen science projects to build their presence and collect data and share that data both publicly and just within their own projects. I'm working with Chris and a really great team of folks, Rose and Cooper as well, Eric, actually pretty much everybody on this speaker panel on the Jordan River project, and we've been really excited to help them shape their citizen science work and help them figure out the best way forward. So it's been a really valuable experience.
Great. Let's see, how about Eric?
Hi, my name is Eric McCulley. I'm with River Restoration and working on a bunch of projects on the Jordan River. I'm the chair of the Technical Advisory Committee, Jordan River Commission, and the treasurer of and Collaborative. So we have a stack deck on this group with Sageland, and one of my main projects is the West Jordan Big Bend that has a lot of citizen science and community science surrounding it, and we're looking at long-term stewardship. I also ran the Legacy Nature Preserve for a while that the Nature Conservancy takes care of. And that's one of my challenges and things we're going to talk about is, how do we steward these sites as they get implemented? So thank you.
Okay. And Cooper?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Cooper Farr. I'm the Director of Conservation at Tracy Aviary. And so as part of my role at Tracy Aviary, I help to develop and implement a number of community science projects that are focused on local birds and bird conservation issues. So we have a lot of projects that we run, but actually many of them are focused on the Jordan River. It's a really important place for many, many birds year-round. And so some of those projects include, we have year-round bird monitoring that we do. So we do these intensive breeding season point count surveys during the breeding season in the spring and summer at about 9 sites up and down the river. And then we continue to monitor those sites year round so we can get some information about the bird community and help evaluate restoration projects and guide, stewardship of these areas. And then we also have a new this year project called Birds and Beavers, where we are looking at bird activity along the river and how that impacts, beaver activity along the river and how that impacts bird habitat.
All right. Okay. And then Rose.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. I'll keep my intro pretty short. I'm with Sageland Collaborative, as Chris mentioned, formerly Wild Utah Project, and I'm a stream ecologist. So my background is in kind of water quality and stream habitats, green infrastructure, etc. I've done a bit of work on the Jordan River prior to joining Sageland this year. So I'm super excited about being part of the Big Bend project. And our mission is basically science for wildlands and wildlife. And we rely heavily on a community science model. So we have multiple different programs. I outlined a lot of them in my recorded talk that you can kind of view on demand. But yeah, key programs that are related to the Jordan River are the Wasatch Wildlife Watch, the Utah Pollinator Pursuit, and our Stream and Riparian Restoration Program, in which we use a habitat monitoring protocol to evaluate habitat quality. And I'll cut it short there and leave a little time for a discussion.
Okay, great. And then just really quickly, Rose mentioned that she has a on-demand presentation and then Sarah also has one. And then also we have a live session with Laura Whitaker at 2:50. So we really urge you to go check those sessions out and get more information about what we're doing. So anyway, let's start on with the questions. So we've kind of got these question areas. So for the science, Cooper and Rose, do you want to kind of give a few remarks about that?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll jump in first, Rose. Yeah, so some of the questions that we thought about as we were focusing on the science with community science is this question of what kind of data is best collected by community scientists. And I actually think that within the field, there tends to be a tendency of people to underestimate the potential of community scientists and their ability to collect, really high quality, unbiased, detailed data that can be really, really useful. I think that's changing as community science is becoming more popular and as people are kind of seeing what non-professional scientists can do. But I work a lot with people who are in the recreational birding community, and I can tell you these folks know so much about birds, so much about identifying these birds. And really, it just takes some time on our end to be able to train protocols and, get out into the field with them to make sure that, they're using these skills to do some really great science. So there's always a balance, between how much training and, oversight you have over these projects. But I think there's a really high potential for people to collect really high quality data with these community science projects.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just add quickly to that because we think a lot about that same topic. Some of the things we've learned about what are effective strategies for community science, it takes a bit of upfront kind of like design of the project and the trainings, putting a lot of thought into that really leads to good outcomes. And then incorporating, smartphones and technology that people are using anyway is often a really great way to up the quality of your data. And then, yeah, like the types of data that community scientists can collect, often like the strength in numbers is a really great way to think about it. So if you want data pretty frequently throughout the year or in a lot of different places, those are like great opportunities for community science. And then I just also want to add that it's this community of scientists we're trying to kind of blur the lines between the professional and non-professional scientists because that's kind of a false dichotomy. So yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's see, we've got maybe time for one more remark. Does one of you want to add anything else in as far as this topic of the science and how the science can be used?
I'd like to add in that what we're focused on is science that helps with management in some ways. There's a lot of different things that you can study out there. And one of the great aspects of community science is developing stewards for these sites and actually asking questions that are management questions that we have and then sharing lessons learned. So I just wanted to point that out. It's not just science for the sake of study. It's science for the sake of moving the needle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a question in the Q&A that says, how are we able to get regular and consistent data collection over time and how do we organize that? And so integrating and organizing this data is an important part. So has anybody got a kind of a good response to that?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So that's one of the reasons that I came onto this project was to help with figuring out some of the ways that we can do that. There's certainly endless opportunities, but the easy, quick wins involve kind of taking some of the data that Rose and her team at Sageland are collecting, and Cooper and her team with Tracy Aviary, and some folks here that are not here on the panel, but Utah Water Watch is collecting data, trying to get that in one place where everyone can see it and access it quickly. That's a first step. And then from there, thinking about how to integrate that data so that we can say more about it collectively. And that isn't always an easy task, but it's a really important one, and it's one that this group is committed to. And so that's a really great piece of this project, is that the folks that you see here are working on that data visibility and that data integration work so that more people can see what is happening on the Jordan River at the Big Bend site to start. And then hopefully we can think about how we can make data along the entire Jordan River more accessible down the road.
Right.
And
And
also
then,
for the sake of time, sorry, not to cut everyone off, but I know we're kind of blurring all the topics here between science, people, challenges, and future because they are all integrated. But we probably do
Apologies.
want to cruise on into the next one as well.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's do that. So the next thing is the people. And so we've got Brian and Sarah up to give some remarks on that. And if we've got time, we'll fit a question in if we have one. So
Brian, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure, I'd love to. So out of the questions in the people arena that Chris presented earlier, I think the one that stuck out to me most was how to better address inclusion of underrepresented communities along the Jordan River and more generally in our watershed. And I think, the best way to address this inclusion is really engaging people in place. For diverse populations on the west side of Salt Lake City, South Salt Lake, West Valley, that's probably open spaces along the Jordan River, which are highly, highly, accessible to these communities. And I think that these community science efforts should teach them about, this natural space right outside of their door, whether that be the door to their house or to their school. In my experience, transportation is kind of one of the biggest inhibitors for groups like this. I think at the very least, these efforts should be paying for transportation. That's an easy first way to get these groups out into open spaces, whether that be, an open space that you want to teach them about in a different community or the community that they're in. But I think I would caution about bringing them to a different place because are they likely to go back to this space, on their own time? And when we talk about community science, typically we're trying to develop stewardship. And so if the place that we're developing stewardship in is not accessible to them, that might detract from the efforts. I think we should be building knowledge and giving these communities tools to improve the places that are, right outside of their back door, and give them these tools that are within their own abilities, to impact change. And then in terms of engagement, I think, partnering with existing trusted organizations is a really important way to kind of create and bridge that gap. This might be, a community center, an after-school group, a community-based organization. They can be ways to, find the populations that you're trying to engage with and create kind of a gateway for those communities. And then, hosting multiple kind of introductory opportunities during multiple times of the day. And you can certainly test these times, based on like after school, after work. Don't be afraid to kind of test those and see which times are most successful in terms of engagement.
I have one quick thing to add to Brian's. That's like a really awesome list of things, but just like a mind frame shift that some kind of professional scientists, it may help to do is to start thinking about reciprocity as like the principle driving this work rather than what how can we get people to be interested in what I'm interested in. It's like finding out what groups need and what we can provide, and that's always like a helpful way to start a project rather than coming from the other direction, like what can we get out of this from our organization.
okay.
So that is, both of those things are great. That was, I was gonna perfect segue, actually. So in my talk, that the on-demand talk, I talk a lot about interviewing groups and communities, and I think that this kind of conversation is exactly that. So getting out there and doing listening sessions with the groups that we think we should be involved or we would like to see involved, if the people, like the neighborhoods that live near or closest to or on the river, getting out there and talking to them. This addresses the how do we involve young people question as well. What do they care about? What's interesting to them? And start to build projects in the Jordan River or other places around their needs and desires, because that helps long term with recruitment and retention. It helps with that community building, and it can lead to the other stuff. So it might lead to more volunteers with the aviary looking at birds, or with Utah Water Watch looking at the water. But it might not start with those. It might start with something much more simple or much different than what is expected. And that's, as Rose said, a mind shift, I think, that's happened a lot in the citizen and community science realms over the last few years. But it's been really effective. So I would encourage that to continue.
All right, great, thanks. Okay, let's move on to the challenges of this. And Eric, do you want to start off, and then we'll have Sarah is kind of prepared with some remarks too. So.
And then
Yes.
Eric, real quick before you begin, I just wanted to say too, I don't want to jump too much away from the future because we all care about that. Let's try to keep this one just as tight as we can. We've got about 5 minutes left to fit those last two things. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Time flies. Okay.
Yeah, and my video is frozen. I maybe you can hear me still. Can people hear me? All right.
Yep. Hear you.
It wouldn't be a virtual meeting without a snafu. So one of the challenges is digital, communicating with people in COVID right now and getting out. But really, one of the challenging parts is identifying things that people are interested in, like we mentioned, that they can easily access. So in order to overcome that, we've identified schools within half a mile or communities that we can engage in these. There's also language barriers. Sometimes you have to work in at least bilingual, if not multilingual, or have specific cultural groups come out and work with you. And as we mentioned in the beginning, what is the data that you want to get from the level of people that are out doing community science? That can be a big challenge. And sometimes there is a, training that has to happen. Cooper and the bird folks have these robust trainings in order to have people go out and do bird surveys. But some of the activities don't require that much training. Really fit to the people.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, great. We're starting to lose your audio too, so let's move on to Sarah.
I'll keep mine short, but I would say the biggest challenge I see with many projects that we work with is time and patience. And this is the thing I struggle with most, even helping with all the projects. That first section of getting to know the community, figuring out the right approaches, getting everything in place, that often takes much longer than any of us want, and we're often driven by grant deadlines and other things, so we're anxious to get it moving, and sometimes we take shortcuts to kind of meet those goals. But the long game is the one that is so important. So building that trust, building those relationships, so balancing those two challenges, I think, can be the hardest sometimes for any project. And as long as you keep those in mind and you're patient with yourself and with the project timeline changing usually, then it can go really well. But just always keep those two, keep that in mind, and just try and be patient with the long game in mind of what you're trying to get at.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, we have about 3 minutes to talk about the future, at least in this session. And like I say, there's a Q&A, so we urge everybody that's interested to please come attend that session. So Cooper and Brian, just some remarks about the future.
Yeah, maybe I'll start out real quick. I'll keep it short. But So I think we all know that we are going to see more changing conditions, changing environment. And I think more and more as we look into the future, we're going to have to be building community science projects that kind of address and investigate these changing conditions. From a bird perspective, we know that we need to look at how that impacts, the resources that birds need, food, shelter, nesting, kind of when these resources are available. But I also think that it's really important as we look into the future to start integrating all of these topics and projects and ideas and kind of using all of these different groups that have these different great projects, bringing the data together to really inform decision making and the stewardship that happens on the river.
Okay, Brian.
I'll keep it quick. So I think in terms of community science and the future of community science in this watershed, I'm always thinking about capacity building and how we can give communities the tools and resources through the lens of community science to improve the conditions that they face, whether that be, improving water quality, mitigating trash and dumping, or restoring, their local environment. How can we give them the tools to do that? And then, the other thing is, and sort of a reiteration of what Cooper said, is like how this data is informing on the ground land management. One of the things that I really enjoy about the Tracy Avery's breeding bird surveys is like, not only are they collecting the data, but they're using that to create, site specific best management practices for land managers, for projects that we're working on to, use that data to inform what we're doing on the ground. So I think that's a really good way to go the second step in saying it's not just about the data, but how that data is applied.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Well,
and
thanks,
we'll
Cheryl.
have more next year for you.
Yeah. And I just want, in closing, I just want to say that, one of the ways we're addressing all of these challenges is by building a community of community science practitioners. And as that community grows and gets more integrated, I think that is starting to, address these challenges and integrate data and, use both the data and the observations and the expertise of the people that are involved to affect land management. Just a really super quick example, when we first brought Tracy Aviary on there, the kind of standard restoration practice was knock down all the bad trees. And just by working with them, it's like, oh, well, let's leave some trees for the birds until we've got the new trees planted. And, believe it or not, that was kind of a new idea. But, so just that community participation just really increases the effectiveness of managing the resources, which is what we really all want to do at the end. So thank you very much for your participation. We're going to move to the breakout sessions and hope to see you there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. I did just want to add a little bit of info too. So if you head onto the participants tab and you look at those breakout sessions, we have the continue Q&A with panelists. So that's the one that our speakers are going to jump into right now. But if we have a ton of questions, I think Chris can explain a little bit more. We do have some additional subtopics if somebody really wants to go off about those, which would be great. We also do right now have a 25-minute break for anybody who wants to network. There are additional breakout sessions. So if you do have somebody in the crowd you want to talk to or something like that, you can meet them in an additional breakout session.
Okay, great.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chris, and everybody else. That was wonderful.
Hey, everybody. Before you leave for the breakout sessions with the citizen science folks, we just discovered or recently discovered that Eventbrite is down for scheduled maintenance. Unbelievable. So the timing is terrible. I put, people are having trouble getting into the live WebEx. So I put in the main chat, if you know of anyone that's trying to get in, I put into the main chat like 2 other ways that people could link in. And I've also added that information on the online schedule. So if you could help spread the word, that would be great. Thank you so much. And also, we have just a little, I guess, a mindfulness minute, kind of an inhale, exhale kind of video to share. It just takes a minute, and I'm feeling like I need it right now. So I'm going to go ahead and share that video for you. I hope you enjoy it.
This is a Thrive Reset. Breathe in and breathe out. Take this moment to journey inward. Sit up straight and softly close your eyes. Focus on your breath. Breathe in deeply to the count of 4. And exhale slowly to the count of 5. Continue this gentle cycle of breathing. Relax your forehead and your eyebrows. Soften your eyelids. Let your shoulders rock back, then fall toward the earth. Feel your hands grow heavy. Release any tension in your back. Feel your feet rooting into the floor. Breathe in. And breathe out. Open your eyes slowly and bring this newfound sense of calm and lightness with you to the rest of your day. Breathe in and breathe out.
Okay, well, as Sam mentioned, we kind of have a 25-minute networking break going on right now, so I hope people are venturing over into the breakout sessions. We have a bunch of, we call them free, like free tables, quote unquote, if you wanted to hop in there to meet up with friends and colleagues. And otherwise, just enjoy some time off. Okay, thanks. We'll see you back here in the live conference sessions at 11:05.
All right, everyone. We're just about 1 minute, a little less than a minute away from our next presentation beginning. But I guess I should start. I'm Sam Taylor. We've kind of had some back and forth, but Mark and I are going to be the two main people moderating. You've seen us. You've seen a few of us jumping around. But I did just want to say too, with the slides you're seeing rolling right now in the background, sort of on these breaks, there is a quiz in there, and you can win some pretty cool swag. I don't know if I'm supposed to say, but there might be some T-shirts in it for you. It's just a QR code. We do also have a lot of presentations that are on demand, and if you haven't had a chance to check those out, they're great. There's great ones about Jordan River TMDLs, specifically regarding big cottonwood, sort of updates on what's going on there. There's snowpack things, there's invasive weeds, there's some really good ones, so it's definitely worth a check out. And if you go to the link, it'll actually go to our YouTube channel, and those will be available after the symposium as well. But I did want to get started now. We are going on to our next presentation, and this session is called Is Utah Lake a Gleaming Success or a Steaming Failure? Presenting today for us is Benjamin Abbott. He's an ecosystem ecologist and assistant professor at Brigham Young University. He studies how natural and human disturbances affect carbon, nutrient, and water cycles. Ben, I will just unmute you real quick. Are you unmuted?
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, and it looks like you are ready to share. Perfect. All right, Ben. We will be taking questions here during, so if you have any questions, please pop those into that SLCo Q&A, but we'll save a little bit of time at the end as well. And go for it, Ben. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here today. I know that we are not technically in Salt Lake County in Provo, but sometimes we wish we were. And in any case, we're part of the same watershed. And so I've been at BYU for the last 3 years, but I grew up in Utah Valley, in the beautiful city of Orem that you can see here from the mountaintop nearby. And the work that I'm going to present today has been funded by the Utah DNR through their Watershed Restoration Initiative, as well as support from BYU, National Science Foundation, and a bunch of supporters. This is a picture of the organizers of the Utah Lake Symposium, which took place in August. And even if you don't get anything from the talk, please check out utahlake.byu.edu. That's where all of the presentations from this symposium are archived. There's also a comprehensive Getting to Know Utah Lake document that really gets into conservation and history and future.
And
so,
Ben, we can also put a link to that in the chat if you'd like. We'll get that going in the background. So
that'd be great. I appreciate it. And likewise, if anybody has questions, feel free to post them during the presentation. I'll also leave time so that we can talk at the end. Let's just start, though, by looking at Utah Lake. Now, some of us vegetation people have to set aside our biases, right? Because one of the major vegetation species here is invasive, Phragmites. But Utah Lake is gorgeous. It's really stunning. In the Great Basin, it's the largest freshwater lake, and it's a gem, a vibrant gem of biodiversity and community in a very dry landscape. So I want to talk today about these 4 themes: the history of Utah Lake, the status, the restoration, and threats to Utah Lake. So let's jump right in with the history. If we went back 20,000 years, this is what the Utah Lake system would have looked like. So at that time, the area was covered by a glacial lake, Lake Bonneville. And I like to look at the communities that currently are in Utah Valley. All of them would have been underwater, several hundred feet of water, in fact. Now, biggest geological flood that we know about happened about 15,000 years ago. The Lake Bonneville drained out through the Snake River Basin. And then because of climate change after that, the lake level slowly dropped until it got to its current elevation, about 4,500 feet above sea level. And this is really directly connected to stories of Salt Lake County and the Great Salt Lake, because Utah Lake constitutes a large portion of the active part of the watershed, right? So you have the huge West Desert out here, doesn't have direct inflow to the Great Salt Lake, but the Utah Lake system is one of the main tributaries that's connected through the Jordan River. And if we zoom in a little bit farther, you can see these tributaries coming into Utah Lake and then the connection through the Jordan River. Now, Utah Lake has a vibrant and diverse human history that extends back more than 20,000 years. That's been told to us for a long time from the indigenous communities here, and it recently has been confirmed by just this month with the paleological discovery in the White Sands in New Mexico. So pre-Clovis peoples lived in this area. The Fremont and Numic peoples came. The most recent indigenous caretakers of Utah Lake are the Timpanogos Nation. Now they're a part of the Snake Shoshone Timpanogostis Nation, and they inhabited much of central Utah. And they were centered. Their culture was centered around Utah Lake. In fact, the word Utah, there are multiple theories of where it may come from, but one of them is that the Timpanogos word for reed, which is Utah, is where that came from. That was an important word for them that they used to describe this area because of the emergent vegetation in and around the lake. Now, when the Mormons arrived in 1850, the Timpanogos Nation was ruled by 7 grandsons of Chief Tirionachi. And initially, relations were very good. In fact, surprisingly good compared to many regions. Unfortunately, within just a number of years, those relations started to break down. And by 1853, there was a conflict that started known as Wakara's War between the Mormon settlers and the Timpanogos Nation. Things calmed down, peace was restored, but within a few years after that, the larger Black Hawk War conflict, which was much bloodier and expansive, began. Now, I encourage you, if you want to get a detailed view of this, please search the Timpanogos Nation. They have a detailed history spoken from their, written from their perspective. That's the most comprehensive and well-referenced of any that I've found. Now, finally, Chief Tabby, one of those 7 grandsons, negotiated peace and agreed to relocate to the Uinta Valley Reservation in 1865. That was a reservation that had been previously created by President Lincoln. Now, quite more than a decade later, 4 Ute bands from Colorado were relocated to the same reservation. So often that history is lost as well, that the indigenous Ute community was relocated from Colorado. So the Timpanogos are not Utes. Wakara and Tabby were not Utes. Now, Utah Lake played a crucial role in the early Mormon settlement of Utah. In fact, we focus on the seagulls a lot and the miracle of the seagulls. We should be talking about the miracle of the June sucker, because the abundance of Utah Lake, the literally tens of millions of fish that live there, are what supported the new Mormon settlement. When there were crop failures in the early years in Salt Lake County and Utah County, the fish are what sustained the Mormons through the wintertime. This is just a picture from the 1850s of how they were collecting native fish. In the early 20th century, Utah Lake was a huge tourist destination. This is the USS Showboat on the left, and another recreational craft. Really excellent history put together by the June Sucker Recovery Program. So check out Utah Lake Legacy. It's an awesome 1-hour film on the topic. Now, things quite rapidly in the 20th century got bad. And because of extreme diversions from the tributaries to Utah Lake, combined with a natural dry period during the Dust Bowl, Utah Lake completely dried out. There were only a few wet spots, and the Provo River was rerouted, basically a canal through the dry lake bed. This is a picture from 1935. There were several lake drying events. This was devastating, of course, to the ecology of the lake. It was also devastating to Utah's economy. Property prices fell. A state of emergency was declared because the irrigation water moving to Salt Lake County was cut off. The governor drove across the lake bed in a pickup truck for a photo op to show that he was really doing something about it. But this was being caused by the enormous water pumps. The largest pumps, in fact, at the time, were right here in Utah County, taking water from the Utah Lake system. The Utah Lake sculpin went extinct at that time, and most of the 13 native fish were extirpated. The June sucker and Utah sucker are the 2 exceptions. Carp had already been introduced at that time, but the extirpation of the fish, as well as changes in the invertebrate community and plants, completely changed the ecology of Utah Lake. Now, recent work by Janice Brainey and others using lake sediments to reconstruct the history showed that there was a trophic shift in the 1970s, where the food web in the lake went from primarily emergent vegetation to algae and cyanobacteria. That caused, again, problems and issues. But starting with the Clean Water Act in 1972, and then crucially, the listing of the June sucker as an endangered species, restoration really began of the Utah Lake system. We'll talk about that more in the next session. But let's talk a little bit about the current status of Utah Lake. If you just follow the headlines, this is what you think the current status of Utah Lake is. And indeed, I talk to people in Utah County and all over the state, and I'm often asked, oh man, so sorry about Utah Lake. It must just be horrible. I'm pretty sure if anybody knows Rick Egan at the Salt Lake Tribune, this is the only photo, the only 2 photos they ever publish of Utah Lake. And that, I have a huge bone to pick about that, because people get the impression that Utah Lake is mainly a cinder block covered in algae, filamentous algae. In fact, the real status of Utah Lake is very different. This is a picture of one of the Nelsons, I think, up on Mount Baldy overlooking the lake. Habitat and biodiversity are increasing. The June sucker was downlisted just this year, a momentous achievement, a huge success in restoration. Water flow to the lake has increased because of cooperative agreements, also because the lake has been granted senior water rights. So as bad as things are with the Great Salt Lake, they would be even worse if not for those in-stream flows that are currently going to Utah Lake, largely to preserve June sucker and other habitat. Algae blooms, contrary to popular belief, are decreasing. For the lake as a whole. Now, there are some portions of the lake where that's not the case, and I'll talk about that. So I gave it a thumbs up and a thumbs down. It's kind of a mixed story. And then another positive is the public is becoming more aware of the lake. However, there still are pervasive misconceptions about what's going on in Utah Lake. So let's first talk about the algal blooms, the thing that makes Utah Lake the most famous. There now are 2 definitive studies out, one by Tate here at BYU, one by Hansen at University of Utah, that use 35 years of satellite data to reconstruct when blooms were occurring, where they were occurring, how long they lasted. It shows a consistent decreasing trend in algal blooms for most of the lake. However, this figure by Sinead Tate shows that areas that have wastewater inputs that are concentrated along the eastern shore of the lake actually have an increase in algal bloom intensity. And so that's really important. This is currently where most of the recreation around Utah Lake goes. So it's a legitimate perception that not everything is well, right? That we are still having algal blooms. Putting this into context, however, there was a study that just came out this year that showed that Utah Lake is down here in the middle. That harmful algal bloom status is actually much better than the national average, and it's smack dab in the middle for Utah. So it does have issues with harmful algal blooms that we need to address by restoring water flow and reducing nutrient flows to Utah Lake. However, it isn't a disaster. Another common misconception is that the lake bed is contaminated and destroyed. In fact, most of the lake bed is fine, is in healthy and good condition. These are 2 independent studies that came to the same conclusion, showing that these are total phosphorus. However, if you look at other contaminants, it's a very similar story. Low levels of pollutants in the lake, except for here in Provo Bay, where you have a concentration of wastewater and urban runoff that goes into the lake, and then up here as well, where you have another wastewater treatment plant. This idea that we need to dredge the lake is not at all justified. Utah Lake provides extremely valuable ecosystem services that most people aren't aware of. Here's a list of 7 of them. It regulates local climate. If you do the calculation for what the evaporation from Utah Lake does, as far as moderating the hot temperatures in the summertime, it's really astounding. Very important source of precipitation. We get lake effects, not as impressive as your Salt Lake lake effects with snow falls, but still really important. It provides water for communities all around and downstream of the lake. It's crucial habitat for hundreds of species, tens of millions of birds and fish. It removes nutrients and pollutants because of some of the really distinct chemistry of the lake, also because of the evaporation. It protects air quality. We had that fabulous presentation this morning about the risks of if we mistreat these terminal lakes, how that can degrade air quality. It is world-class recreation and views. And then finally, and most important for me, it has extreme spiritual and cultural significance for indigenous peoples and immigrant peoples living in this area. I grew up water skiing and visiting the lake. My family, my 4 children, my wife and I visit the lake as frequently as we can. It's a truly extraordinary ecosystem. There also are important industries that are springing up around the lake. The Utah Lake Photography Club, I encourage you to follow them on Facebook. There's an even larger Utah Lake Photography Club on Instagram with over 1,000 followers. There are bridal shoots that go on around the lake, incredible nature photography. And I just wanted to highlight a few of these. Check out the website. You can download them. All of the credits and citations are there. In every season, Utah Lake is gorgeous. Amazing opportunities to view and interact with the lake. It's the opposite of this view that's often pushed by developers saying that the lake is trashed. Really beautiful wildlife and landscapes around Utah Lake. So now let's shift over to restoration. This is a painting by Rob Marshall, and I believe that the title is Hobble Creek Revisited. We're not totally sure. Shout out to Andy Pitcher Davis for connecting us with this beautiful painting. I love it because first of all, it shows the vibrancy of the Utah Lake ecosystem. But Hobble Creek is one of the tributaries to Utah Lake that was completely disconnected. It was put in a culvert, and through restoration, it now is important habitat and an amazing recreation destination. Utah Lake is on the river to recovery. It really is turning a corner in many ways. Here's just a list of few of them, but there are hundreds of ongoing and completed projects around Utah Lake. I'm going to highlight just a few of the largest ones. The June Sucker Recovery Program is often pointed to as a national example of how we should run ecological conservation and restoration. Here is a slide put together by Chris Kelleher from the recovery. He's the recovery programs director, highlighting the enormous amounts of invasive carp that have been removed from the lake. Depending on what mammal you divide by, we're talking about 123 blue whales or over 3,000 African elephants worth of carp that's been removed. And currently about 3/4 of the biomass has been decreased, and the removal efforts are aiming to keep it there. This is a slide put together by Melissa Stamp from the Utah Reclamation Mitigation and Conservation Commission, highlighting the Hobble Creek restoration. Again, a national success story that's often pointed to as a model for how we should run this. It created access to the lake. It also restored habitat, and there now are June sucker and other native species breeding there. Another slide from Melissa Stamp. The ongoing Provo River Delta restoration is increasing recreational access and habitat. The Utah Lake Commission is doing an excellent job rehabilitating the reputation of the lake. They have an excellent website, utahlake.org, showing over 30 things you can do at the lake. The DEQ has a website where you can check the algal bloom status. Again, when these blooms occur, they typically only close a portion of the lake and only for a number of days or weeks. And an ongoing trail system is being built around Utah Lake, which has excellent opportunities to increase active transportation and access for non-boating users to the lake. There is an active citizen science community around Utah Lake. This is just one of the projects, a student-run Utah Lake Research Collaborative. There are 2 papers that just came out in a special issue in +1 if you want to get more details on that. And then just generally, there is research, outreach, and restoration going on across the lake, including nonprofits, universities, state and federal agencies, and hundreds of local partners. It's a really exciting time for Utah Lake. But not all is well. There are major threats that we're facing right now. Utah Lake is vulnerable because of its enormous watershed, 3,000 square miles. It's a semi-arid climate. There's high demand for water. has some of the fastest growth anywhere. Salt Lake County is larger than Utah County, but potentially not for long. We're growing from 600,000 to 1.3 million in just a number of decades. And we have a population and policymakers who don't understand the lake. So if I were to summarize the threats, the first one is apathy and misunderstanding of what's going on with Utah Lake. There are widespread misconceptions. There's a loss of cultural connection with the lake. We have development. We have smart growth proposals, but there are a lot of dumb growth proposals that are being considered right now. There are dangerous development proposals to build islands in the lake. There are planned water diversions. And then finally, we're facing climate change, which is disrupting precipitation, creating large mega droughts, supercharging algal blooms, and creating larger wildfires, all of which can affect the lake. So I want to finish highlighting a couple of these threats. First of all, in 2017, this is the most existential and imminent threat to Utah Lake currently. A private corporation called Lake Restoration Solutions, which is like a noun salad that sounds really good. But it's not really good. They have been lobbying the state legislature to privatize and destroy Utah Lake. Over here on the right is the cover of their 252-page proposal of stock photos and false claims that they released in 2018. You can find it on FFSL's website. They now are circulating an updated pitch, a slide deck to legislators, municipal leaders, and even conservation groups. They're trying to present this as a conservation effort to build credibility. Here is one of the slides from their new slide deck. They're billing this as the largest freshwater restoration project in the United States. They claim to have 6.5 billion with a B dollars of investment lined up. They also are making untrue claims that permitting is all in place. They have this undated quote from the Utah Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. I called the governor's office and couldn't confirm if this was the current governor's office or the previous one. This is typical for this group, just kind of throwing everything at the wall. However, they have largely won over the state legislature. In April, they had a meeting with the state, a 2-hour lunch meeting with many members of the state legislature, talking about how this project is going to be the best thing since sliced bread. Here is just an overview of what they're proposing. Look at the beautiful islands that they want to create within Utah Lake, shaped as delicate arch, a beehive, even a golden spike for good measure. It's a for-profit venture to dredge the entire lake and build 30 square miles of artificial islands. They're promising to solve all of the lake's problems at no cost to taxpayers. It's a land transfer, the largest one in U.S. history, from the people of Utah to a private corporation. It's 10 times larger than the largest dredged island project ever undertaken by humanity. 370 times larger than the biggest freshwater dredging project ever completed by humanity. But they don't mention that. They just say, oh, it's going to be awesome. Lots of land, lots of benefits. They have lots of beautiful stock photos. They're describing it as Lake Tahoe on steroids. Again, they claim to have large amounts of funding, and yet last year they went public on the SEC and only raised $200,000. But they got the law changed. HB 272 in 2018 allowed this to move forward, and they received last year a $10 million loan guarantee from the state legislature. This has been off of people's radar. Many of us have thought it was completely unlikely that it ever would happen, and so we didn't pay as much attention as we should, and yet it is completely live. I encourage all of you to get informed and get involved. This would destroy the natural resilience of the lake. I won't go through this now to save time, but it's going to dramatically decrease the lake's ability to maintain function with the increasing human pressure on it. Chief Executive Mary Murdoch Meyer, the leader of the Timpanogos Nation in August, gave an impassioned speech about this project, and I encourage you, go to utahlake.byu.edu to listen to her talk directly. But she said, Utah, I ask that you please take heed to what the experts opposing this project have to say. Our people and the reeds around this lake give you your name. We stand in favor of restoring the lake to its natural beauty, but have to oppose privatizing and desecrating this historic sacred site. Now, there are legal barriers to this project. In fact, this is not the first time that a major alteration to Utah Lake has been proposed. In the 1970s, the federal government issued oil and gas leases for drilling underneath Utah Lake. The local citizens and lawmakers were alarmed that this could cause pollution and permanent damage to the lake. And the Utah government filed a lawsuit that they eventually won in 1987. The Supreme Court upheld Utah's responsibility and right to the lake bed of Utah Lake under the equal footing doctrine. Now, since that time, other cases in water bodies around Utah Lake and in Salt Lake County have strengthened this public trust doctrine. However, with the HB 272 that was passed in 2018, it authorizes the state to dispose of sovereign lands in exchange for comprehensive restoration, which isn't clearly defined. So there is a real risk. This very likely would be challenged in court. But again, we shouldn't be asleep at the switch. There's another effort called the Utah Lake Authority. This is new legislation patterned after the Inland Port Authority, which has been completely successful and non-controversial, I hear, in Salt Lake County. It failed in 2020 because of opposition from the water community. However, it's currently under restoration. A revised version of the bill has not yet been released. We don't yet know in the conservation and research community whether this could be potentially a good thing for the Utah Lake system, a bad thing. But currently, our ears are out. Also, there are perennial proposals to create causeways and modify the lake system in different ways. You know this better than I do with the Great Salt Lake. There always are unintended consequences. When you mess with the lake bed, it affects the lake's ability to provide habitat and remove pollutants and affects the hydrology of the lake. And then finally, this is a three-dimensional rendering by Josh Lamont showing the degree of development in the Utah Lake watershed. You can see down here the cities that are rapidly urbanizing. Utah County funded this valley visioning exercise that shows that we could either, here on the left side is the baseline land use. If we don't have strategic smart growth, the sprawl will continue. This is going to increase pollution, put pressure on the lake. However, we have the opportunity to have smart growth, to densify, to build and redevelop areas that are already disturbed so that we can preserve open space and a healthy ecosystem. So if you want to support these efforts, we currently are working with Conserve Utah Valley to get a beautiful magazine printed and delivered to every member of the state legislature and local leaders. You can contribute directly to Conserve Utah Valley. Just earmark it as Utah Lake Restoration, and that'll go here. So in summary, we need to foster community connection and understanding through education and recreation. We need to plan smart development with conservation-minded plans, continue restoring river flow to the lake, decrease pollutants from wastewater and watershed sources, continue removing invasive species and restoring habitat, protect the lake from irresponsible and dangerous proposals, and then, on top of it all, let's stop climate change. Thank you very much for your attention. I really appreciate it.
And thank you so much, Ben. That was great. I feel like we were on a roll, so I didn't want to cut in with some of the questions. So I'll try to keep it relevant, and then we'll pull back a little bit to some that happened earlier in there. We had a few questions come through. I know there's multiple windows in our chat, so we try to keep all the Q&A coming in through Slido, which is what you see as Q&A. But I have posted a couple things in there. I think there were some more questions about finding the schedule for the Utah Lake Symposium. That is in the chat, and as well, I can put it in the Q&A. But to get back to those questions, so I'll try and keep it relevant with these. I've got a little list here, and then we'll go back to the ones earlier on. Do you know anything? This is more maybe about the specifics of how it could affect the ecosystem in the lake. But how would the proposed islands for development affect this current lake ecosystem? What are
one of the fundamental changes that the island proposal would do is deepen portions of the lake. Currently, even when Utah Lake has algal blooms, it doesn't create dead zones or low oxygen zones. That's because the lake is very shallow and extremely well mixed. If you split the lake into multiple basins that are deep, then you have stratification. And as the algae grow and then the organic matter falls down, we could have large-scale fish kills. There also could be release of nutrients and other pollutants from the sediment that currently aren't happening because it's well oxygenated. The other aspect of the project that's really damaging is it reduces evaporation from Utah Lake. Now, this is sold as like a benefit of the project. However, that evaporation is a source for precipitation. It also is causing the constant precipitation of calcite in the water column, which makes the phosphorus, one of the important nutrients in the lake, unavailable for algal growth. So this very likely would increase the duration and intensity of algal blooms. Those are just two ways that it's bad for the lake system.
Yeah, and I mean also just like as soon as you started saying this too, questions are just flooding in. So I think this is actually a perfect opportunity. I know we have 1 minute, but I don't want to tear away from this too much. We will have about a 10-minute break between now and the next session. That'll begin at 11:45. But people who've had these questions come through, I think it would be great if we could move into this breakout session. It'll be the continued Q&A here with Ben. And Ben, are you okay to meet people over there and continue the discussion about this?
Fabulous, absolutely.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much, Ben. And with that, you can head into that breakout session and join Ben. You'll be able to mute and unmute yourself, so you'll be able to have a little bit more of a conversation there. But it is in that participants tab, breakout sessions, and it's called continued Q&A or continue Q&A with Ben Abbott. He'll be there to answer some questions, and we'll get going again here at, let's see, the time is 11:45. We'll begin the next presentation. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, you could go ahead. Stop sharing. Or I can just take it away from you. Oh.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session, Rethinking Water Supply Planning in Utah. Presenting today is Jake Sarago. He is a water resource engineer for the Utah Division of Water Resources. He enjoys thinking about, measuring, and studying water. Jake, if you're ready, we'll hand it over to you right now.
Yeah, ready. You hear me fine, Mark?
Take it away. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jake Michael Sarago. I'm a civil engineer in the planning branch of the Utah Division of Water Resources. A lot of thanks to Salt Lake County for all the work that they've done to put on this really well-organized, very free public symposium. This talk pairs nicely with Sarah's keynote address this morning, if you saw that. So the purpose of this talk, I'm going to present two basic types of content, facts and professional opinion. The facts hopefully will help citizens know more generally about an existing government process. The content is simplified because we don't have time here to elaborate on details, but I think it's really important for civic discourse that as many people as possible understand how governments or other entities plan for the use of public resources. Talk is quite conceptual. Some aspects have been tested and applied outside of Utah, and because of this, I'd like to prompt greater discussion amongst professionals in my home state to think about how we can improve public service and resource planning. And also, I just love water, so love working with it, love learning about it. It's made me grateful and happy, so hopefully sharing with you today can help you enjoy it as well. So I'll cover how water supply planning is generally done in Utah, why it's done this way, why it should change, and an idea or two on how it should change. So this flow chart, engineers love flow charts. It shows the overall water supply planning process as advocated by the American Water Works Association. And it's used widely throughout the entire United States. The fundamental basis of the process is water demand. And it's essentially the first step here. The demand is determined by projecting how much water will be needed into the future. An assessment of the current supply then provides information about how much water will be needed in the future. Options for augmenting the supply are identified, then evaluated according to a range of criteria in this area. And ideally, a rigorous evaluation process is designed. All relevant issues are addressed. And the options evaluation is really where the public input is made. And the process is intended to help water resource managers accommodate growing demand. So a typical product of this process is a supply-demand graph such as this, which you've probably seen maybe before. A planning horizon is selected, so a timeline down on the bottom x-axis. A projection is made of future human population, typically assuming no resource constraints. A water demand is then computed as a function of population. Average water supply from various sources is summarized as a stationary constant statistic. Attention is focused on whether a gap results between supply and demand. So here, we may have one supply, two supplies, and looking into the future, we see a gap, and the projected time where that gap starts is a time when a project would be needed. Now, over time, some improvements have been made to this process. So we have more complex ways of making demand projections. We put this black line, we put alternative consumption rates that can be made possible through water conservation efforts. There's expanded supplies for such things as recycled water. We may use a dry year rather than a central tendency to characterize supply. and detailed project timing and planning triggers to help with cost and everything. So why is it done like this? And well, as part of the Great American Desert, Utah has a very difficult hydrology. It is arid, experiences an extreme amount of interannual variability. It's subject to high seasonality and quite prone to drought. To achieve basic levels of water security and prosperity in a difficult hydrology, it requires having significant institutional influences and strong frameworks for distributing water. A considerable amount of investment in hydraulic infrastructure needs to be made, including large volumes of over-year storage. And there needs to be a plan to obtain the skill sets, labor, and capital required for the infrastructures and institutions. So these water security measures permit a population and levels of economic activity which would not otherwise be possible. So in Salt Lake Valley, my ancestors came here, were religious refugees who started water supply planning just before they turned out City Creek to irrigate a patch of potatoes where Broadway Theater is now. Their intent was to make the desert blossom as a rose, to build a civilization by industriousness, and to encourage immigration. And so in those days, the church provided a strong institution with judicial powers for making decisions about water allocations. The social cohesion and high levels of cooperation necessary to tame the desert. And importantly, provided a vision for the future. In other words, social purpose and motivation. So the ability to look at a sagebrush steppe, but see an agricultural religious paradise is a tremendous ability. Its vision, this type of vision, is what we might call goals. So speaking more broadly now, the current water supply planning process evolved from earlier techniques used at a time when the West was relatively uninhabited and our ambitious nation was seeking to manifest destiny. Shown on the right is a resource survey map of Utah from 1878, which identifies timber, pasture, and arable lands. Back then, the goal of most citizens, decision makers, and statesmen was to get water to where it was needed for resource extraction, since the majority of Western lands really couldn't be populated or made economically valuable without water. Later, the goal of building cities and increasing population density would become paramount. So what are these? Why, they're goals, of course. Promoting industry, reclaiming, then urbanizing were all publicly announced and widely accepted ambitions of our young nation. According to the Army Corps of Engineers Planning Manual, planning is the deliberate social or organizational activity of developing an optimal strategy for solving problems and achieving a desired set of goals. So, in other words, planning is vision. Who do we want to be? Where do we want to go? And how do we want to get there? Like I heard Mr. Ron Gibson, president of the Utah Farm Bureau, say, Utahns decide what the future looks like. Do we want a safe local food supply? Do we want enough water for ag? These types of questions are what we need to answer. So with this historical context, it can be seen that this process has two main goal-based components. One is political, which is value-based, meaning it's subjective. It's subject to social goals. The other is technical, which is science-based, meaning it's independent of society and based on professional standards. The current process conflates and kind of intertwines these two components. There's no malintent in the fact that these are mixed up, as they are, since it's mostly the result of cultural momentum and the successfulness of it all. So the current water supply planning process is what it is because it has been so successful at achieving our goals. which have had major positive impacts on many people's lives and society at large. Look how successful we have been at encouraging settlement and generating economic value. The human population in Utah has increased from about 20,000 native inhabitants to 3.2 million. The gross domestic product has increased from virtually zero to $169 billion. 18,000 farms on 11 million acres of farmland produce $1.8 billion in food and fiber annually. I don't know if any of our ancestors could fathom how well we have accomplished their goals. So we have to ask ourselves, are the goals achieved? Amid all the successes, our achievements have also caused setbacks to progress, unintended consequences resulting from really the extraordinary degree to which we have accomplished these goals. The world is much different now in terms of environmental conditions, technological possibilities, scientific knowledge, global economics, federal funding, and societal values. Recognizing that the process needs to change, think tanks and universities have made recommendations for changing it. But these are often difficult to comprehend, a little too radical, or difficult to implement. Because the goals embedded in the current supply planning process are infrequently stated, the intended purpose of water supply planning can be distorted. They can be unclear or closed off to the type of open public discourse that should be the basis for the management of public resources. So professional civil engineering ethics oblige us to attain water security for our civilization. Provision of a safe, reliable, and sustainable supply being essential for basic human health and happiness. The duty of the engineer is to advance these social goals. But how safe, how reliable, how sustainable, and at what cost or trade-off? Well, those are political decisions. If you haven't heard of SMART goals, it's something that's prevalent in the business community. They are goals that are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. So since the current widely used water supply planning process is goal-based, the goals occasionally should be reviewed, assessed, then changed or improved if possible. If you agree with C.S. Lewis here, then it's reassuring that when it comes to planning, we are never so far along that we can't set a new goal. The planning process should initiate periodic review of the existing goals and revise or set new goals, because goals are really contingent on context. They change depending on opinions, priorities, and awareness of the trade-offs required. So since the social goals of preceding generations were to create a certain amount of economic activity, encourage immigration, and promote a certain way of life, the current water supply planning process begins with demand, treating it as a deterministic or unavoidable quantity. Options are then evaluated for how to augment the supply to meet the demand. As implemented, this particular workflow is designed to accomplish a social goal of increasing human population. So here I have colored two segments, the demand components of the process and in orange, the supply components. And our recommendation is to keep this overall process, but make a few adjustments. So we would reorder the main components so that supply is determined first, independent of demand and the social goals that decide it. Steps related to demand are wrapped into a succeeding iterative step. Demand is then chosen as a deliberate social exercise based on an unbiased understanding of natural limits and how those demands will affect the natural and built systems. Whereas the existing planning process treats demand as being outside human control and supply as the human choice, proposed change would treat supply as the constraint it is and demand as the result of civic engagement. And through this civic exercise, society's varied interests, values, and desires are communicated as goals whose effects in the watershed can then be evaluated. As anyone living in an arid region and in tune with the natural world knows that water availability is the greatest and most apparent constraint on our civilization. Because of this, the hydrology, ecosystem, and water delivery system should be the driver of the planning process. While the hydrologic system is not deterministic, it is much more deterministic than the cultural, value, and legal systems which dictate demand, because water demands are explicit human decisions. A thorough analysis and assessment of the existing water supply should be made, including the connections between watershed health and function, public perceptions and behaviors, water quality, policy, and the economy before proceeding to evaluate demand options. Focusing first on supply introduces constraints early, and it would front-load work for technical experts such as hydrologists, engineers, ecologists, economists, land use planners, and necessitates the interdisciplinary collaboration of all of these technical experts. The demand then in the blue is determined iteratively. It's informed by a public process. The demands, which represent different social values, are selected by the public or their representatives. Different goals are then evaluated by representatives from stakeholder interests and citizen groups, working together with technical experts. This learning process may be facilitated by a mediator. The purpose of the public process is to communicate public values, then translate them into goals so that their effects on the watershed can be tested. Trade-offs can then be identified by testing different priorities of the goals. System-wide impacts of different goals can be evaluated. Mutual education would result for all of the participants in the process by obtaining a shared understanding of individual goals and their consequences. By participating in the process, decision makers become well informed about their constituents' values and their goals, and they become knowledgeable about the impacts those goals have on the natural and built systems. One challenge of the current long-term water supply planning process, the way it's actually done now, is trying to predict what development patterns will look like many decades from now. Development patterns are not something that are easily predicted because they are value-based choices for the most part, especially when development forces are strong. So the proposed change to the overall process would actually absolve the challenge by making development patterns a deliberate choice conditioned on community values. So the main thrust of this proposed change is to be demonstrated by one of the products of the process. So rather than a graph comparing demand and supply volumes over time, like I showed at the beginning of this talk, something like this would result, where the outer edge essentially represents the watershed and the hydro system's carrying capacity, or the available supply. The number of vertices in this polygon are determined by public values selected for consideration. In this example, what was most important to the citizenry were water security, the size of the population, water use rates, farm productivity, and the health of the environment. So then the legend on the bottom shows 3 goals, and publicly identified goals can then, once they're identified, can be tested and evaluated. So in this example, they came up with initially with 3 goals. First, to maximize the number of people in the watershed. So if we do this, we find that a surprisingly large population can be sustained, but it will require tremendous sacrifices to all the other values. Another goal of maximizing the amount of water per person that each person can use or each home can use requires a low population, achieves a higher level of water security than the previous goal, but again results in lower performance of other values. Lastly, the goal of attaining a high level of water security it's quite attainable with slightly better environmental condition, higher agricultural production, medium per person water usage, but low population. The effects of priorities and additional constraints or supply solutions can be incorporated to continue exploring the options. We can assess trade-offs and refine the social goals and the priorities, and using a tool like this. So the way in which the current water supply planning process is changed, the way that it's changed is really important. So how we move from today to tomorrow. And the changes that I've presented are a workable way to change for at least 4 reasons. One, they're conservative because they begin with the existing process and make slight changes. And when something has worked for so long, engineers and many others are reticent to make drastic changes. They can be implemented by engineers and planners since there's really no policy nor statute that dictates how this process is done. In fact, the process is unlikely to change at all unless engineers and planners make them. They will bend the process towards sustainable resource management because it begins with system carrying capacity. And then number 4 or 4/8, the changes are advantageous to professionals like me because they disassociate the planning process from implied social goals, thus ameliorating ethical dilemmas. The changes are advantageous to citizens because social goals will take center stage since they will have to be publicly defined and expressed. Once the range of community goals and their potential impacts in the watershed are stated and assessed, then the water resource planners and engineers, together with other experts, can support decision makers to accomplish these goals. By aiming for a participatory, democratic, integrated water supply planning process like this, the citizens and decision makers will be better informed of the watershed condition, of supply limitations, and on the impacts that the range of social goals will have. So, to conclude, the purpose of planning is to make a strategy towards achieving a desired future. Water supply planning is inherently about achieving social goals within natural limits. The current water supply planning process, advanced by the American Water Works Association, used in Utah and across the nation, implicitly seeks to accomplish a goal. Due to the structure of the existing process, its continued use seeks to further previous social goals, regardless of whether they're still society's desired future. Embedding a specific social goal in a professional method, it does harm to professional integrity and can confuse public discourse. Simple modifications to the process will not preclude us from further accomplishing our prior goals. They'll just compel us to have public discourse to decide if that's what we still want. The proposed process begins by understanding the limits of water supply, rather than select a population goal. Water demand is selected according to social goals and an awareness of the effects those goals have on the watershed, including society, thus allowing for more transparency in the public works and public management planning processes. People may very well choose to exceed the natural supply in seeking some grand ambition. But this should be a well-informed choice made through popular collaboration with recognition of the risks and environmental consequences and stated explicitly as a public goal. Water demand selected through a public process will likely lead to more acceptable, meaning socially desired solutions. Although it is not without its challenges. So as we look over our watershed and think about our future, we imagine who we want to be and where we want to go as a society. That is a planning exercise. In rethinking how we plan for water resources in Utah, we can accept that the natural supply of water is a constraint within which our civilization operates. But it is not a constraint on our potential. Carelessness in assumptions, unquestioned acceptance of processes, belief in a limitless supply of water, a disengaged or ill-informed citizenry, and the unwillingness to reassess our goals could unintentionally become the greatest hindrances to progress. Improving the water resource planning process as proposed will provide a structure to encourage and enable that frank constructiveness, the technical tenacity, and cooperative creativity required to solve the water resource problems and conflicts we face now and in the future. So thank you for your time. This is my contact here. Be happy to continue the conversation with anyone.
Thanks, Jake. And there happen to be a couple of questions in the queue right now. One would be, what would be an effective method to propose change to the current system? And more specifically, what's an example of a change that has happened in the past?
Okay, so there have been a number of changes in the past. One includes public involvement and public input. So there was a time in the past, decades ago, where either the public goals were really quite uniform and easily represented, but the way that public interacted with resource management and decisions was really not much at all. And so that has changed. There's been innovations in how to communicate, how to in the overall public process to take comments and address those comments. And then the way for the process to change, it's one, it depends on people, the public being involved. Sometimes we have meetings and not many people show up, and so it's hard to get public input. It's hard to do public outreach if they're not really involved. And then, but then it's mostly on us, on engineers and planners and water professionals to adjust the process as needed.
Excellent. And another question just came up. Does the forthcoming state water plan incorporate suggested changes to the water demand forecasting process?
So the current water plan does have quite a number of innovations and some really important recommendations and findings. And some of this is included in there. But these changes that are mostly now just kind of conceptual and discussion.
And the last question we have on here, which we touched on, was, does the current supply planning process have a step to reduce use, or is it solely based off of current demand?
Yeah, so there is a way to incorporate reduced per person use, but it's looked at mostly as a tool for reducing demand so that a certain population can be accommodated. In other words, it's saying the priority is to achieve a certain population by 2060, and in order to do that, we all need to reduce water by a certain amount.
Excellent. I think with that, we do have a breakout session that is set up for Jake. So if there are any additional questions as we go past this, please jump in there and you can address them directly with Jake. From here, we are going to run into a lunch break. We'll be coming back in an hour from now to step into Flattening the Curve with Sarah Hinners and her co-guests. So enjoy your time off. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.
Okay, with just about a minute to go till this next one starts, I wanted to do just a quick little bit of housekeeping as we get going, a few reminders on things. Thanks again, everybody, for attending. This has been great. I feel like things have been going wonderful so far, but if you have any comments or concerns, send them through on the chat, send us emails at the end. We'd love to hear it. We want to make this a fun session for everyone. I did want to make a plug too that we do have our on-demand sessions. I know I've mentioned it before, but we had so many great presentations sent into us and we didn't have time to include all of them in this virtual day. But you can access those. It's either through the schedule, there's a link to it, and we can put something in the chat as well on the link to include those. There also is a quiz. It's on the share screen that's been happening between presentations. Please take the quiz. You can win some pretty cool stuff. Top scorers will get things sent to them. And then other than that, just keep participating in the Q&A. For this next presentation, this is going to be called Flattening the Curve, Landscape Lab Impacts on Red Butte Creek. Presenting to us today are Sarah Hinners, who you may remember from this morning's keynote. And she's a landscape and urban ecologist in the Department of City and Metropolitan Planning at the University of Utah, as well as the director of Center for Ecological Planning and Design. Logan Jameson is going to be here as well. He's a research analyst at the University of Utah, the Master's in Geology. And Izzy Fuller, or Isabel, is going to be studying environmental science and urban ecology at the University of Utah currently. They're going to be helping with questions, and this will be a shared presentation. If we could save questions till the end, we will. Just keep them coming through on that Q&A. We'll answer them as best we can. Sarah, it looks like we are ready to go.
Okay, I will share my screen. Okay, I assume that I am now sharing. So first of all, I just want to show you all that I am enjoying a cup of coffee from a previous year Watershed Symposium. Oh, Logan's got his. Cheers, Logan. Nice. And also for my hydration, I have a water bottle. But just a quick plug on the swag front, my old black and white mug from an earlier year broke. So if we could, in future years, bring back these ceramic mugs, that would be sweet. I miss that. Like, what drinking vessel am I going to get this year element of the Watershed Symposium? Okay, so what I'm really here for at the moment, though, is to talk about landscape lab impacts on Red Butte Creek. And so I already spoke here once today. Just to clarify the roles of my co-presenters today. So Logan Jameson is the technician in charge of the Wasatch Environmental Observatory, which we will talk about in a minute. And he's also has a master's in geology and is a fellow scientist. And Izzy Fuller is an honors student who's been working with me on landscape lab related data collection for a couple of years now. And this work will also constitute her honors thesis. So I have presented on the landscape lab here at the Watershed Symposium before, but it was always an idea and a plan, and now it's a real thing. So what I'm going to talk about today is we will give you some background on Red Butte Creek at the University of Utah and how we have been working with Red Butte Creek. And then specifically about the landscape lab, what it is, what it was set up to do. I'll give you a fun little slideshow of what we were doing last year during the pandemic as we were building it. And then we're going to give you some preliminary results. So some of the first data that we have coming out of the landscape lab now that it's constructed. So to situate us, since this is the Watershed Symposium, here is the Salt Lake Valley. And the Jordan River, of course, runs up through the middle of the valley. And we're talking about stuff on the University of Utah campus where Red Butte Creek runs down through campus. So we are up in the far northeastern corner, and Red Butte Creek is one of the tributaries to the Jordan River. Here's a little bit of a zoom in on Red Butte. So Red Butte Creek originates up in the mountains in a protected headwater area that's actually fenced off to the public. It's a research natural area. It flows down out of the canyon, and it immediately hits, it hits Red Butte Garden, but then it really immediately hits Research Park and the University of Utah campus, which is it is quite highly urbanized effectively. We have a lot of impervious surface in that area. So you see a transition that's happening really very abruptly at the mouth of the canyon. And it's this section of Red Butte that flows through Research Park that we are trying to be nicer to at the University of Utah. So this is what Red Butte looks like. Parts of it look like up our way. So it's very jungly. So the riparian ecosystem is sort of narrow and constricted. It's a fairly deep ravine, but there is a lot of riparian vegetation. And we haven't done much about it. So it is kind of a jungle. We have a lot of stormwater infrastructure that is opening into Red Butte Creek. And there are places where we see some fairly intensive erosion that's actively happening on an ongoing basis. And so I'm going to toss it over to Izzy to tell a little bit about the story of what we've been doing with Red Butte Creek at the University of Utah. All you, Izzy.
Thank you. So despite the number of people who are like constantly on campus and passing over the creek, the presence of Red Butte Creek is generally unknown among the greater campus community. And even for those who are aware of it, accessing it is challenging and potentially harmful to the riparian ecosystem. After many years of neglect and not realizing how much of an asset it is, recent years have brought increased awareness and concerted efforts to improve the creek and the surrounding corridor. The Red Butte Creek Strategic Vision was a collaborative effort that developed clear goals to move forward with transformation and revitalization, and is based on premises of sustainability, environmental stewardship, and ecological planning initiatives. It's intended not as a static prescription of goals, but more as a dynamic framework for coordinated efforts over time. It has objectives that are centered around the University of Utah's three-part mission of research, teaching, and public life, and the ecological revitalization it seeks is accompanied by research, education, and demonstration projects like the Landscape Lab. The Red Butte Creek Committee was created in 2019 as a recommendation from the strategic plan, and it includes members from facilities and planning from both main campus and Research Park, environmental health and safety, and research and sustainability faculty. And the committee reviews campus planning and other projects to evaluate potential impacts and opportunities.
So the Landscape Lab came about as we were wrapping up the Red Butte Creek Strategic Vision process, and we were recognizing the need for a demonstration project. So we wanted to have something that people could actually see what it was that we were talking about. And so we worked with Research Park administration. They offered up this this piece of land right next to Red Butte Creek. So you can see in this picture, this this green corridor that is the Red Butte Creek corridor on campus. And the upper right photo in this slide shows you what it looked like at the time. So it was about 1.5 acres of very, very heavily watered turf grass that no one ever used. And it was the unsustainability of that particular landscape design was widely recognized by everybody. And the goals that we went forward with in designing the Landscape Lab were, one, to look for social and ecological revitalization. This area of lawn was both a social and an ecological desert. There was nothing that happened there. People didn't spend time there, and not much lived there. We wanted to demonstrate the principles of landscape and watershed management that we laid out in the Red Butte Creek Strategic Vision. We wanted to be collecting data over time, so we didn't want to just do something and walk away from it. We wanted to actually be learning about the performance and the maintenance of this landscape to be used for research and education purposes, which are ultimately what the university is there for. And a really nice feature of the location of the Landscape Lab is that it's right next to Red Butte Creek, where we have an existing network called the Wasatch Environmental Observatory, which Logan is going to tell you about because that is what he does.
Yeah, so the Wasatch Environmental Observatory, or WEO, is a network of instrumentation along Red Butte Creek. So we look at this map on the left, you can see the Red Butte Research Natural Area in relation to the University of Utah and Salt Lake City. And like Sarah mentioned, this is really a unique area because Red Butte has this protection and is one of the last remaining undisturbed water or riparian ecosystems in the Great Basin. And then it directly abuts right up to the city. So there's this sharp gradient from undisturbed ecosystem to an urban environment. And what the WEO is it's a network of instrumentation along Red Butte Creek. So we have climate stations, which take a variety of climate and energy balance measurements. We have stream stations that measure stream flow and water chemistry parameters. And then we have storm drains in the urban environment that measure, or sorry, we have storm drain sites that measure storm drain flow. And for the purpose of this presentation and research, I really want to focus on this section of stream to the right and the figure on the right, where there's a lot of instrumentation right along the creek in this short section of Red Butte Creek. We have 3 stream sites, 1 climate site, and 4 storm drain sites. And that's really going to be crucial for understanding sort of the hydroclimate interactions of this mountain to urban transition that Red Butte Creek makes. I'll pass it back to you, Sarah.
Okay, so these are some graphs that are just showing some data from a number of years ago now from the WEO instrumentation along the creek. And I think they serve really nicely to illustrate some of the challenges that we're dealing with in this urbanized portion of Red Butte Creek. So these 3 lines are showing stream flow in Red Butte Creek across a period of several months. And you can see the blue line is the flow in the stream at the reservoir outlet. So that's controlled by the dam. The black line is the flow in the stream at the top of Research Park. So that is the middle blue circle stream site there. So it's really before much of the urbanization has kicked in. And then the red is the flow down at the bottom of Research Park. And what you see here is the extreme flashiness of that red flow, the bottom of Research Park flow, relative to the others, which is sort of a classic characteristic of an urban stream, right? It's just incredibly responsive to rainfall because of all that impervious surface that we've added to the watershed. And in case you were dubious that that had to do with storm flow, this next graph plots the flow both in the creek, which is the bottom graph. So that's in creek flow, and then the middle graph is storm drain flow. And this was when we had 4 different storm drains within Research Park instrumented. And so you can see the tracking of storm drain flow with precipitation, and then of the flow in the creek being responsive to those 2 storm drains coming in. So this brings up the conversation of how we manage stormwater in our urban watersheds, right? And so conventional stormwater infrastructure, which is what is in Research Park, it's pretty much everywhere because it's what we built. It functions like this, right? It takes water as quickly as possible. It sends it immediately into a storm drain, and then it sends it very quickly into the stream, where we have these mini flood events, which aren't particularly good for the stream. So the new paradigm of stormwater management is green infrastructure. This slide just summarizes the concept of green infrastructure. Instead of setting it into a storm drain, it captures it on site so that it can either drain slowly or infiltrate into the soil. It is both physically filtered in soil, but also through plant roots. So plants take up water, nutrients, and pollutants out of it. Microbes in the soil can break down the pollutants, and eventually the water that makes it to the stream arrives there slowly and in a cleaner state. And there are a bunch of additional benefits where we get, some beautification, we get some additional urban nature on the surface. In Utah, there's been a fair amount of pushback against the concept of stormwater green infrastructure, that we can't do it here. We do have some significant challenges. Most of our stormwater runoff happens not during the growing season. So it's off sync with when plants would be alive and best able to manage it. There are all sorts of questions of what plants to use and how much irrigation it would require to maintain those plants, that it might look messy or ugly, and how do we maintain the system. There are concerns about costs and about flooding. And so there's a lot of concerns. However, there's also tremendous potential in Utah, and that's what we want to explore here. So the way we see it is that not only is stormwater green infrastructure a potential new management tool for stormwater, but it also has the potential to help us sustain greener landscapes by replacing some of our irrigation water with stormwater. And by storing water in the soil where it's less subject to evaporation, and dealing with, again, a lot of our urban water challenges. And here are just some examples. I take pictures of stormwater green infrastructure everywhere I go. Two of these are here in Utah, in Ogden and Logan. However, there's one from Paris also. So the Landscape Lab is designed with a focus on exploring green infrastructure. So we want to look at things like, can green infrastructure still do a good job even if most of the precipitation is coming in the winter when the plants are dormant? Can we design it so that it requires minimal irrigation, and can it be attractive and, a great place for people, as well as something that's ecologically diverse and rich and functional? And then what are some of the operational costs and requirements? So what happened with the Landscape Lab when we constructed it, here's a little orientation picture. So these are our two sewer sheds. The upper one is the one that we're talking about. So this top gold star is our Connor Road storm drain. And so the Landscape Lab is just this little area next to the creek. And we are taking now the portion of that land associated with the Williams building, basically everything within this curving piece of road over to the creek is now being directed into the Landscape Lab. And then, yeah, I think that's just to situate you. So it is about an acre and a half. It now receives stormwater from 6 acres of rooftop, because since that map I just showed you was created, Research Park has built another large building and another large parking garage on that site. It consists of 8 large retention basins that are planted with replicates of 2 different plant communities. And we have instrumented it with flow sensors and soil moisture sensors at 3 depths, so we can track where the water is moving through the soil. There is an overflow connection to Red Butte Creek at the bottom of the system. And about 25% of that drainage area of the Connor Road storm drain that I showed you is now passing through the landscape lab instead of going directly into the storm drain. So I'm just gonna, this is just a brief visual narrative of what happened last year. So we started back in spring 2020, scraped up all that turf grass. There was a great deal of soil moving that happened. We have some big infrastructure underneath the landscape lab to move overflow water from one basin to the next. It's maybe over-engineered, but we really want to avoid flooding. And so this is just some diagrams of soil moving and infrastructure being put in. And by fall 2020, about this time of year, we were getting those plants in. It's covered by untold quantities of rock mulch. And that is what it looked like by the end of last fall. And then this spring, we started to get some water in it. So we've been up there observing it, handling storms. So we had a big storm in April. This is our big August storm. And sure enough, there's water in the basins.
And hey, Sarah, just to jump in real quick, we do have just about 4 minutes until we wanted to get to questions. So
we are
we're still good on
close.
time. But
Yep. All right, Logan. Logan's going to give us some of the data that we've gotten so far.
Okay, yeah. So just a reminder of these two sewer sheds. Connor Road is the one that now contains the landscape lab, and dentistry is just below it. That does not contain the landscape lab, obviously. Next slide, Sarah. So looking at a few storm events prior to landscape lab construction, we have these two storm drains monitored to measure flow, and these figures below just show each storm event with discharge on the y-axis and time on the x-axis, and then precipitation on the sort of the right-hand y-axis, those upper blue bars. And we looked at a variety of storms. So you'll notice the scales of the x and y axes are different. So some are much more intense, some are longer, some are short. But what we find is that the runoff efficiency, which is the ratio of the storm drain discharge to precipitation, is variable across sites and across events. And what we see is that dentistry site, so that's the lower site that does not contain the landscape lab, typically has higher discharge and runoff efficiency than Connor Road site in these very large storms, with a more variable response in smaller storms where sometimes Connor Road has a higher peak discharge and higher runoff efficiency. Okay, next slide. So now we look at some storm events after the landscape lab was constructed. So remember that 25% of the impervious surfaces at Connor Road now flows through those bioswales. And we still see variable runoff efficiency across sites and events. But we can see a visible reduction in the peak flows at Connor Road. So if you look at the red line on those figures, Connor Road pretty consistently peaks below dentistry in all but one event. And when we calculate the runoff efficiency from these pre-landscape lab to post-landscape lab storm events, we find a statistically significant difference at Connor Road, where the landscape lab is installed, but no difference at dentistry. And the runoff efficiency is 53% lower at Connor Road post-landscape lab construction. So what that means, as an example, if we have a 25 millimeter precipitation event, which is a pretty big storm, an inch of rain, that equates to about 1,300 cubic meters of a reduction in storm flow, which is quite a lot of water, not entering Red Butte Creek, not eroding the stream channel, not bringing all the pollutants from impervious surfaces with it. Now, since we do just have 1 year of data, we're going to continue monitoring this and install more instrumentation to help constrain these numbers a bit. And one of the main goals with the continued monitoring and further instrumentation is to help quantify what fraction of this precipitation is partitioned to vapor loss in the form of evapotranspiration, what fraction recharges storage, and what ultimately makes it into the stream. Because obviously this water is going somewhere, it didn't just disappear. So with our future instrumentation and research, we want to quantify what's happening to it.
Awesome. I'm going to skip this slide really quick in the interest of time. So this is just past water costs. But Izzy, do you want to quickly tell us what we're looking at on this one?
Yeah, so here we can see how much of the yearly water consumption and therefore cost is associated with irrigation use in the summer. We can see the fairly consistent yearly cycle with water consumption peaking in the summer months when irrigation and evapotranspiration are high. Estimated usage, water usage for this past summer shows that the highest monthly use specific to the landscape lab was just under 100,000 gallons in June, which is a small fraction of the average monthly consumption in summers previous to the construction of the landscape lab. And although the new green infrastructure landscape requires some irrigation, the amount is minimal compared to the previous grass lawn. And at the same time, it also provides a more diverse set of ecosystem services than the lawn that was previously there.
And to note also that this was the establishment year, so it was being watered quite generously relative to what we would expect to be using in future years. So just in conclusion, in general, we've seen reduced storm flow into Red Butte Creek as a result of the landscape lab. So we have been taking the peak off of some of those storm flows, and the runoff efficiency seems to be consistently reduced, which is really exciting. So in case you aren't familiar with runoff efficiency, it's simply it's the percentage of the total water that falls on an area of landscape that actually runs off, right? So we want to have low runoff efficiency to hold more water in the landscape. And so the landscape lab has also reduced water demand to that part of the landscape of probably close to 95%. And that's before we're really trying to save water. That is, again, very generously watering plants. And therefore, we are basically flattening both of our runoff and the water use curves that we've looked at so far, which is none of it's shocking, right? It's what we would have expected, but it is reassuring and exciting to see that this system is working as we hoped. So with that, thank you. I realize we probably ate into our question time a little bit, but I would love to stick around and answer questions and go to the breakout room. And also note all of these other people and organizations that have helped with this project from the beginning, from the design, from the studying, from the funding. So thank you to all of our collaborators, partners, and funders.
Great, thank you so much. It looks like we're seeing a lot of people are using this sort of emoticon reactions, a lot of claps going on. I'll try it. So we only have about 2.5 minutes for questions, but we will have that Q&A breakout session afterwards if people do want to continue.
Should I stop sharing now?
Sure, you can stop sharing. It'd be great. I'll just start with some of the questions. We'll try to be quick, but because we're definitely not going to get to all of them, but maybe a quick plug one. Are you giving tours of the Landscape Lab installation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm happy to. In the interest of just time efficiency, I would rather give tours to groups, organized groups, rather than more tours to individuals. But yes, we would love to give Landscape Lab tours. So my contact information is available.
Okay.
I'm the person to email, and I would love to give tours.
And that contact information is on the symposium schedule as well. People are looking for that. So, okay. Next question. I actually wrote this one in. Logan, you were talking about the precipitation and reduction in how that precipitation falls back into the stream. Have you ever had problems with variability in rainfall in a very small area? For example, we've got these storm cells that come through and it'll rain on, the north side of the street, but not the south side. Have you had problems with your data collection regarding that?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's hard to know, right? Because we don't have a variety of gauges at such a small spatial scale. So we have one gauge that is basically central to the two sewer sheds I was talking about. And we don't really know what we might be missing. I do think that is likely at play because sometimes we see very different discharge amounts from the two storm drains. So that's yeah, likely a factor, but hard to quantify.
Yeah, we run into the same issue. That's why I ask. All
Yeah.
right, probably time for one more question. Let's see. We'll do one that maybe is a good takeaway. Is there a way to easily access the data that you've accrued as well as future results?
Yes, much of the data is easy to access. So basically everything in the Wasatch Environmental Observatory is available for free on HydroShare. You need to create a free user profile. Just Google HydroShare, it'll come right up. And then once you're in HydroShare and have your profile, search for WEO. And you can download all the raw and quality controlled data there. The actual data coming out of the landscape lab isn't up in that database yet, but it should be shortly. So this is all public and freely available data.
Perfect.
And
Thank you.
I'll add that there is a web page for the landscape lab on the Center for Ecological Planning and Design website, for which I gave the address on the last slide of my presentation just now.
We can put that in the chat as well. So
yeah. So it's cepd.cap.utah.edu. And so we have we're trying to have it be sort of a repository of information about the experimental design and the data. But I would not say that it's perfectly comprehensive or up to date at this point.
Great. All right, and with that, we are unfortunately out of time for questions. There are quite a few left. So if people are interested in continuing this conversation, there is a breakout session called Continue Q&A with Sarah, Logan, and Izzy. If you'd like to head over there, we can continue these questions on. You'll be able to mute and unmute yourself, so it's a bit more of a conversation. But thank you so much, Sarah, Logan, and Izzy. This is a great presentation. Exciting.
Thank you.
And just so folks know, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break for people who don't want to jump into that breakout session. We will begin again with a presentation called Data First, an Informed Approach to Native Plant Restoration. That'll start at 1:55. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome to our next session, Data First, an informed approach to native plant restoration work. Presenting today, we have Aaron Benson, Blake Wellard, and Tyler Murdoch. All three gentlemen work for the Salt Lake City Department of Public Lands and the Trails and Natural Lands Division. Aaron is the Ecological Services Supervisor, Blake, a restoration ecologist, and Tyler is the project manager. Gentlemen, if you're ready, we'll hand it over to you. Oh, did we lose you?
Looks like they're still backstage with Sam, so they might be having some kind of technical problem.
I'll talk to Sam and have him pull them out.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, while these guys are getting set up, I just wanted to put in a little plug for, if you haven't already done it, to just switch to the grid view on the layout of the screen and kind of scroll across. We've got 172 people joining right now, which is just kind of cool to see all those, not so many videos, but all those names. So we're glad you're all here.
That's awesome. And Lynn, are you hearing me okay?
Yep, you sound good.
Great. So we're just waiting for Blake and Aaron to join and throw on the presentation. We'll be good to go.
Hey, sorry about that.
All right, we should have everyone here now. Sorry about that. And Aaron, do you have the ability to share? Looks like it's coming on perfectly. Okay, good to go.
Cool.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for Salt Lake County for hosting the symposium today. Always look forward to it as the November rolls around. My name is Tyler Murdoch. I'm a project manager with Salt Lake City Public Lands Department. I'm going to quickly introduce our team today. We're in separate rooms. I apologize for that. From Salt Lake City, we have Aaron Benson, who is our natural lands supervisor, and we have Blake Wellard joining us, who is our natural lands and public lands botanist. Now, we're happy to be here and look forward to sharing some of the recent work that our team has been doing around improved data collection prior to native plant restoration projects, and look forward to kind of talking through some of that with you. My background really is primarily in implementation of capital restoration projects within Salt Lake City. I spent most of my career working on the Jordan River and other riparian areas. And then Blake and Aaron are going to be discussing the data collection efforts that our team have been using over the past 2 years to improve these projects. So Salt Lake City Public Lands, we've established 4 main objectives. You can go back there one, Aaron, for our native plant restoration program and management of Salt Lake City's urban open spaces. These really guide much of the work that we do on most of our open lands within Salt Lake City. And these include improving biodiversity, increasing the prevalence of native plant species, increasing soil stability, and expanding the wildlife habitat, both macro and micro, and also really focusing a lot recently on our pollinator habitat, which we've seen a lot of great success on through several projects over the past 2 years. These objectives all guide the management of our urban open space network, and they really will continue to transform how we view our urban open spaces within Salt Lake City and balancing both the wildlife and the ecological and the recreational components of these spaces. Next slide, please. So over the past 10 years, it's really about the time Salt Lake City started embarking on some of the more significant restoration projects within our network. And that really is in large part due to a strong community desire to shift how we have been managing these lands. There is just a strong emphasis on improving the ecological health, the wildlife habitat in these urban environments. We just completed a public lands master plan that we're getting ready to adopt. And one of the primary things that we heard from the community are the environmental characteristics of these open spaces need to be a priority. While we've seen some restoration successes over the past 6 to 7 years, we've also had many challenges. And anyone who's in this field knows how hard these types of projects can be. But I want to highlight just a couple of projects that stand out, particularly that illustrate how the limited pre-project data collection can really limit and contribute to the challenges of our ability to be successful in native plant establishment. As I mentioned earlier, most of my career has been working on the Jordan River and other riparian systems. I've seen a lot of different projects implemented, but two specifically in Salt Lake City stand out over the past couple of years. One is located up in the regional athletic complex, where we were working closely to try and develop some seasonal wetland ponds and limited pre-project data around groundwater location and depth instead led to the creation of several dryland meadows adjacent to the Jordan River. So we had planned for wetland areas and we ended up with these dryland meadows. It doesn't take a scientist to understand that we are going to really struggle with native plant establishment when we have such an ecosystem change because we didn't have good data collection. An opposite example of that is located at the Fife Wetland Preserve at 900 South and the Jordan River. And within that project, we were looking to establish large wetland meadow complex, and we ended up with essentially a large wetland pond that holds water all year round. These two examples we've both really struggled with over the past 6 to 7 years to get native plants established because of these ecosystems were planned for ended up being completely different. And they really highlight how pre-project data is so important before implementation of restoration and native plant projects. Next slide, please, Aaron. I think these questions in general, or these examples in general, have led us to ask several questions as we begin many of our projects. And we're continuing to see more and more funding coming in for these projects. So these questions are becoming more and more important to help us get this right. And a few of those stand out. And what is the baseline condition of our properties before we start these projects? That is so important as we look at that. What is the target condition that we're aiming for? If we don't have that target condition identified, we're never going to be successful. And then also, how do we measure and define success of these restoration efforts? And most of the times that we've been implementing projects, we get the funding and we're so anxious to start, we really don't identify what does it mean to us or what does it mean for this site to be successful. Now, these are really simple questions. They're not groundbreaking questions, but we fail to ask them often. By asking these critical questions early on in the process, we're able to better understand the data collection needs for that specific property and prepare for the future restoration and improvements. Another key note here of the ones we're looking at on our screen that has really come up a lot in recent projects is what is the impact of the initial restoration action? In Salt Lake City specifically, and I think this is common among most municipalities and governments, but we use contractors and to implement a lot of our, what I call the first phase of our restoration efforts. We're bringing in large machinery to implement the restoration project, and these efforts can have their own set of adverse impacts on our native plant restoration. A couple of problems that are identified when we bring in these types of contractors and large equipment is significant soil compaction, invasive weed spreading. And in several projects, one located in Wasatch Hollow in the Sugar House area that we implemented back in 2016, we had such high and heavy soil compaction from staging areas and large equipment on that site that we were almost doomed to fail at establishing native grasses and plants following the construction activity. So those are a few of the key things that we're trying to ask ourselves early on in this process. Now, over the past year, as we get into the meat of this data collection with Blake and Aaron, we have identified 3 primary categories that we're looking at in terms of improving our data collection. And those categories are looking at identifying and improving soil analysis and compaction studies, groundwater availability and location, and vegetation monitoring. And I'm going to turn the time over now to Blake and Aaron to talk about each of these specific data collection methods and the results that we're seeing as a part of this effort. And we'll come back in a second.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, so kind of picking up where Tyler left off, or some points that I'd like to make is, there's a lot of information that we could utilize to be more successful in our restoration efforts. But we kind of needed to boil it down to a few things that we could identify ourselves in-house. A lot of you out there have been invaluable in helping us determine a lot of things that we have had questions on, but there's just some site-specific questions that we've had, and we needed to find a way to figure those out for ourselves. A low cost, as I've been saying, like 8th grade method of science. This is a map kind of outlining some of the locations that we've taken on some of these data collections. You can see that it's all primarily within Salt Lake City boundaries. We do have a couple of points up in the foothills or Emigration Canyon. Those are more of like our control points that we use to just gather baseline information. There's 8 piezometer locations, groundwater measuring locations, 8 soil sampling sites. Each one of them, we have 3 points within each site for soil samples, and then 6 vegetation transect sites with 16 plots total across those 6 sites. So for the groundwater analysis, the method we chose, again, trying to keep it very simple, something that we could manage, and probably many of you are familiar with, are just piezometers. This is a very simple method for collecting this data. Hollow cylinder tube that you drive into the ground, for those that aren't familiar, with perforated end at the bottom. And after stepping away for some time, the groundwater will seep in through those perforations, and you can come back with a water level meter pictured on the bottom right of my screen anyway. And it has a little electrode on the bottom that will sound off once it makes water contact. And you can just read off on the hash marks on the side to determine the groundwater depth. This has been really helpful in a lot of ways. We're fortunate to have irrigation on some of our sites, but obviously some of our remote sites we do not. And so when we can have like river or riparian zones where we can use this, it's provided some real interesting data that we are certain will help us with more successful establishment in the future. Here are some preliminary results. I'm not really here to present on the results, more just our methods, because we're still establishing what we're doing. But everybody wants to see results to some degree. So this is the Peachtree Bend piezometers. Many of you are probably familiar with this property. It's about 1600 south along the Jordan River. It's kind of an oxbow shape. The river bends around a little spit of land. And so we installed one piezometer kind of at the water's edge, and then another one about 200 feet inland to see how the water makes its way up through that spit of land. Again, this is a short measurement. We didn't gain a lot of information along these lines, but it's still interesting to know and will help us understand better where we can expect to be planting what types of vegetation. This slide is just all of our Jordan River sites. Perhaps many of you, an observation I've made over the last few years is that the Jordan River levels fluctuate quite significantly, especially through the Salt Lake City portion. But the last 2 years have seemed to remain pretty constant, which has been very helpful for us in some of the sites that we are currently establishing vegetation. This diagram here just really illustrates that consistency over the last, only this summer. Again, not very much information, but it is something to start drawing some conclusions from. There's a couple of anomalies there at the end. I think that our water meter level was kind of on the fritz there. And then also the other aspect that we felt we could take on in-house to better help our efforts, and we needed to understand better, as Tyler mentioned, was just the conditions of our soil. We did analysis of many different aspects of our soils, but when it came down to it, we really just felt like our biggest hindrance was soil compaction. With so many of our sites being urban and ex-industrial sites, it really is. It's the biggest culprit for our vegetation loss. The simplest tool we've found, like that we came across, was just a penetrometer. It's this thing on the right. Maybe you can see it. Maybe I'm blocking it. It's essentially a pogo stick minus the foot pegs and a little meter on top. So you apply pressure, and a little meter will read how much pressure you're applying to the ground, or rather the resistance the ground is providing against you. Simple little tool. You'll find it more in agriculture. They'll use this in farming. The general cutoff for this tool is about 300 PSI. If you max anything over that, you know that your soil is not going to, the roots are not going to be able to penetrate the soil, and neither is water, really. So this is kind of a crude tool, but it does give us some quick and easy findings. Sorry. And then secondly, this is really kind of a measure of the same thing, soil compaction, but we wanted a little bit better understanding of what it was happening with the soil and soil types. And so we did bulk density analysis. And this is a little bit more involved, giving us a little bit more in-depth result, but it's telling us similarly the porosity of the soil, like how well the roots and water are going to penetrate. Simple method here, you can see the cylinder on the lower picture it's of known volume. You drive that into the soil with just a block of wood and a hammer. Pretty archaic, but works great. You take that soil and dehydrate it in the lab, or AKA break room microwave, and you divide that dry volume over the volume, the dry weight over the volume of the cylinder. I won't go too much into the detail of the numbers there, but it does vary by, the results are strongly influenced by soil types, sandy, silt, and clay all being different. Like you want to have less bulk density on the more dense soils, if that makes sense. The results for our soil compaction, this slide, I don't think I labeled it quite appropriately, but this is for the penetrometer readings. Again, the very simple pogo stick type tool. In our measurements at the control sites that I mentioned before, we would have an average depth of around 6 inches of penetration before we'd hit the 300 PSI, which was, after looking at our other properties, sounded pretty great. For our urban results here, I only selected 2 sites to take the measurements, although we have others that I should include. But you can see how significantly reduced the penetration or the porosity is on those urban sites. Barely able to break 1 inch of penetration on some of that. So imagining almost any of our desirable vegetation, grasses, forbs, whatever, trying to get through that, it's just, they're not going to survive. They're not going to be able to take up water and survive our summers in that. Max penetration on our urban sites, we had 1 outlier there. When we removed that, again, just really, really high compaction levels. Bulk density, so the cylinder method, really as expected and corroborates the penetrometer findings, but gives us a little bit more fine analysis. The control sites, less than 1 gram per centimeter cubed. That's beautiful. Even in a clay soil, that's something that we'd love to see. You know, with some of what Tyler was addressing, you know, in future work, we hope to be able to bring our soils up to that, somewhere around that level, even as the projects are just getting started or handed off to us. Because currently, what we are getting following a contractor's work is, as you see here, almost 1.5 grams per centimeter cubed, which is unacceptable in most soils. So I'm going to hand it over to Blake now. He'll discuss our vegetation monitoring methods.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, so our third monitoring method that we are choosing for restoration is developing a vegetation monitoring program. Vegetation monitoring is really a science of itself, but it really can be boiled down into some simple, usable protocols that anyone can use within Salt Lake County and Watershed and beyond. So I'll try to boil that down to some of the most simple terms for all of us. And definition I chose to go with is quantitative or qualitative repeatable assessments of vegetation used to inform management practices. So really, why should you be using vegetation monitoring? I think you've already heard a lot of strengths discussed about monitoring in general from both Aaron and Tyler. But with vegetation, it's really going to inform you on how vegetation might be being impacted by the soils, might be getting impacted by the water, might be getting impacted by land use. And vegetation monitoring will really help you revise methodology and management practices when it comes to some of these planned projects. And when you implement a monitoring program, it really helps cement a commitment to a project so you can track it through time and you can understand vegetation structural changes and what was effective and what wasn't. I won't go through each of the 5 boxes, but that's kind of boiled down plan to develop a management plan. I will discuss with you the various goals that we came up with when with our ever-evolving vegetation management plan. And really our goals for vegetation restoration was that we needed to establish first baselines from all of our properties. And with the baseline, we would know, would really tell us what is going on the site right now, what is working, what is not working. And then alongside the baseline, we collected a plant inventory from all of the monitoring locations, and we also documented invasive species. So with the monitoring types that we're using, we do have qualitative and quantitative plots. I'll talk about a qualitative method that for sure everyone on this call or is interested in the subject should use is repeat photo points. Repeat photo points can be extremely valuable in documenting changes through time. We do use those, but I'll largely focus on the quantitative methodology and some easily accessible methods that you can use here in a moment. But with the implementation of the monitoring program, we're working on both short-term and long-term goals. So an example of a short-term monitoring goal is going in before an herbicide treatment, getting an idea of what the coverage of a given invasive species is, and then going in later after an herbicide treatment and seeing how successful we were. An example of a long-term monitoring goal is with one of these native baseline sites that I'll talk about later in the results. So these native baseline sites would be a place that we would go up to in the foothills and read maybe more on a every 3 to 5 year basis. So once we collect results from these sites, we'll then analyze these results and be able to feed them back into, need to move the little speaker box, feed them back into our adaptive management strategy. So I'll provide little bit of idea of what methodology we're talking about to give you an idea of how we're informing those decisions with quantitative methodology. For any of you that have ever maybe followed some wildlife talks or had to work in rangeland management or have really had to deal with any vegetation assessments with like Ames protocols, this is all related. So point intercept method is basically a miniature plot that is read on a repeatable interval. So for us, we had 100 feet and we had sampling every 12 inches or every 1 foot. And we use a pin flag or a meter stick. Sorry, I need to move that box again. And over the sampling interval, we drop the pin flag and we record every layer of vegetation that pin flag encounters on its way to the ground. And we also record what the surface, what is presently covering the surface, whether it's leaf litter, whether it's rocks or gravel. And we go down the entire line and take 100 measurements, and we're able to get an accurate cover and assessment of what vegetation occurs there. And then in addition to that, we use something that's not illustrated here is a belt transect. So we sample on 1 meter on each side of the line and record any additional vegetation that is encountered by that. So you're thinking, well, my gosh, I don't know my plants. How on earth could I go through and do this? Well, the simplest way is really something that at first I was critical of, but I'm actually really coming around to, and it's something the Aquatics BLM Ames program came up with. And it's really just teaching your seasonals or your staff maybe the 5 plants you're interested in. So I'm guessing most of you might be interested in the impacts of invasive species on restoration projects. So you don't have to learn 40 to 100 species, you just need to learn those 5, like white top or cheatgrass or maybe Phragmites. So you can go through and just assess the cover of the invasive species within a site and then just presume that any other cover is desirable. Or additionally, you can consider photographing a lot of those plants and trying to get identifications through me if you want to do that, or even through iNaturalist. So
Blake, we have a couple minutes left. Do you want to continue here, or do you want to step into a couple of questions?
I'll just jump to the importance of the success metric. So with the vegetation monitoring, it really, and establishing those baselines, it really gives us an idea of what restoration success will look like. And that's from these native baseline sites. So up in the foothills, we have a few native baseline sites with about 50 plus native species and close to 95% native cover. And here on the right is a native wetland site that had, again, close to 95% cover and over 105 native species. So from comparing our restoration projects to these baselines, we have a target in mind for restoration. So that's really all I want to highlight, and then we can get to some of the questions. Do we want to go? Aaron?
Yeah, let's go ahead with some questions. We had some closing comments, but yeah, we're short on time. If we need to go to questions, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, we'll step into a few, and we can run a couple minutes or a couple moments late if we need to here. The first question that we have here for you guys is, a couple people are looking at it. Are there ways to decrease soil compaction after the fact without tilling?
It's yes, but it's slow, very, very slow. And that's introduction of organic matter. From what we're not at the stages where we're actively able to do much ourselves yet as far as mitigation of compacted soils. But our research is saying the addition of organic matter and high carbon content products like activated charcoal are turning out to be really beneficial. But again, that's very time consuming.
Okay.
We've had a lot of benefits from using the compost from the Salt Lake County landfill as well. That's improved a lot of this planting successes on some locations.
Okay. Yeah. And do you have any programs for removal of myrtle spurge or other invasives that we're running into here?
Yes, we run a pretty extensive weed removal program. Myrtle spurge is one of our major culprits or targets. That one's just good old fashioned elbow grease. We ended up we end up bringing in large groups of volunteers to try to tackle that. There are herbicide mixtures that are supposedly pretty successful, but it's not. We haven't pursued herbicide with myrtle spurge yet.
And then a couple of questions, both related to baseline data. So I'll bring them both to you at the same time. Are baseline sites available to the public, one? And two, do you have funding specific to baseline data collection?
I would be happy to share all baseline data collection with you. I've been exploring as a botanist now for, gosh, almost 15 years, and I've spent so much time just trying to find these native baseline sites. They're hard to come by. And I would discourage visitation as much as possible, because even a small amount of trampling within these spaces could tilt the baseline site into the other direction, because they're often surrounded by heavily invasive species dominated areas up in the foothills. So I would be more than happy to provide any baseline data with anyone in addition to species lists. What was the other question in relation to baselines?
Do you have baseline data specific funding? Or do you have funding specific to baseline data collection that you guys are receiving?
As part of my position, collecting baseline data is included within my position. So there's, I guess, yes, you could say my position to collect baseline data has specific funding, but it's not any grant funding, if that's more what they're after.
And then the last one, kind of a fun one, to your note on trampling a little bit earlier about baseline data, baseline spaces. How do grasshoppers leaning over grasses influence point intercept results?
Yeah. Occasionally you do have things like that, but yeah, you just record the plant that the grasshopper is on, I guess, if the plant intersected the point.
Yeah, but that might be a fun one to let through there. So we're gonna cut you guys off here. We are gonna move into a networking session, and there is going to be a breakout session dedicated to these gentlemen. So if anybody has questions that you'd like to present to them directly, please step right over into that breakout session. It'll be just listed as continue Q&A with SLC Public Lands. But with that, we're gonna stop you guys here. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, hey everybody. Before you leave this session, I just wanted to do another little, I guess, a 1 minute mindful minute kind of a thing. We've all been sitting in front of our computers all day, so just wanted to encourage everyone to stand up. I'm going to share my screen. It's kind of fun. Let's see. Here we go.
This is a Thrive Reset. Breathe in. Breathe out. Let's get a little groove into your day. Are you ready? Try to follow this circle's movement with your shoulders. Sway from side to side. That's great. Now, following the circle, allow your head to relax. Move along with the beat. Perfect. Turn your shoulders slightly left to right as the circle goes in and out. Now you're barely dancing. Can you feel the music? Check in with yourself. Notice how it feels to get a little motion into your day. Okay, let's bring it back down. Remember to find your groove as you move through each day. Breathe in. Breathe out.
All right, kind of a little corny, but kind of fun. So we'll see you all hopefully in the networking sessions. We'll be back here at 2:50. Thanks.
think that's probably what.
All right, welcome back to our next session, the success of restoration practices at Big Bend. Presenting today is Laura Whitaker. Laura is an AmeriCorps UCC intern who recently completed her ecological engineering degree at Oregon State University. She currently works as a Utah Conservation Corps volunteer at the Big Bend site on the Jordan River. She also works, we are very proud of this, as a field technician for Salt Lake County Watershed here with the planning and restoration program, collecting water quality and quantity data among other things. Laura will also have in the background Jack Dalquist with River Restoration. Some of the questions may get brought to him as well. We are going to set aside 5 minutes at the end of this presentation for Q&A, so please enter them into your screen there as normal. And Laura, if you're ready to go, I'm going to hand it off.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here, and thanks, Mark, for that introduction. I am Laura Whitaker, Utah Conservation Corps service member, and I'm happy to be here to talk about the success of restoration practices at Big Bend. So the Big Bend site is located along the Jordan River, which flows from Utah Lake at the bottom of the screen up to the Great Salt Lake at the top of the screen there. This river and the surrounding riparian, wetland, and upland areas are referred to as the Jordan River Corridor. And the Jordan River Corridor is located along the Pacific and Central Flyways, which are important migratory pathways for many neotropical songbirds. Unfortunately, human impact and development, including clearing land for pastures and farms, mining, and digging irrigation diversions, have disturbed these critical habitats by reducing connectivity, altering river function, and by introducing invasive species and pollutants. This map shows the Sharon Steel tailings cap located along the Jordan River and north of the Big Bend site that you see on the right of the picture here. In the 1870s and 1950s, the U.S. Smelting, Refining, and Mining Company operated the Sharon Steel Mill and Midvale Slag sites, which processed mining materials from Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons, and in the process produced waste materials that were stored on site. These waste materials ended up rerouting and polluting the Jordan River and adjacent habitats and contaminated the soil and water in the area, killing many birds and fish. So in 1990, the EPA designated this site as a Superfund site due to the presence of these environmental contaminants. The state of Utah and the Department of the Interior were awarded settlement funds for injury to natural resources at the Sharon Steel site, among others. And the Department of the Interior and their partners agreed to use these funds to restore migratory bird habitat along the Jordan River corridor. So the Big Bend Habitat Restoration Project was originally proposed in 1995 by the city of West Jordan, and it is a 68-acre site located near 9000 South and 780 West in West Jordan. It is bordered to the north by the Sharon Steel Superfund site, to the south by Rocky Mountain Power, to the west by residential area and the North Jordan Canal, and to the east by the Jordan River, which makes an almost 90-degree turn at the northeastern side of the site, giving it the name Big Bend. The Department of the Interior and the partners chose the Big Bend site for restoration because of its location along the river and because the site itself was not contaminated from mining activity, but was located upstream and adjacent to the impacted areas. It is also one of the last large land parcels along the Jordan River between Utah Lake and the Great Salt Lake that could be used for this essential migratory bird habitat. So most of the money from the settlement funds will go toward restoration efforts, and the rest will go toward monitoring and management of the site to ensure ecosystem services in perpetuity. So the restoration goals from the Sharon Steel Natural Resource Restoration Plan are to restore, enhance, replace, and/or protect appropriate natural functioning habitats along the Jordan River corridor for the benefit of identified trust resources, and to ensure the project provides benefits to the trust resources in perpetuity. Here on this slide, you'll see just a handful of the critters that live at the Big Bend Restoration Site. And that stayed in one place long enough for me to get a photo. I was hoping to get a better photo of the fox on the right-hand side, but he was adamant on staying in that shade, so that's the best I got. But hopefully this gives you an idea of the diversity of species that live at the Big Bend site and the importance of providing them with healthy habitat within this urban setting. So this project aims to create a nature park for human recreation on half of the site and to reserve the other half for wildlife habitat. And the goal of the nature park is to give people access to nature within the urban area. So this will include educational signage on the importance of the site as a resource and the restoration practices involved. We hope to improve stewardship of the land and the river by providing spaces to fish, birdwatch, and walk around. We hope to inspire curiosity for citizen science opportunities, which you may have heard about in the earlier panel discussion. And this is a great location to provide STEM learning opportunities close to home for children who don't have easy access to other wilderness areas. And the habitat goals include improving floodplain hydrology to benefit aquatic, riparian, wetland, and upland habitats, and increase water quality by decreasing erosion and sediment loss, and improving habitat for migratory birds and other wildlife. So natural processes can take up to 100 years or more to restore native vegetation and habitats, and our goal is to speed up that process through these restoration practices while considering the history of the site and the reality of continued human impact. So we'll take a look at bank stabilization. For convenience sake, humans tend to change the natural path of rivers and remove or build on their natural floodplain. So when the river's not able to dissipate energy at higher flows by spreading out onto the floodplains, it becomes incised as seen in the photo of the 12-foot vertical walls here at the northern end of the Big Bend site. So as flows rise during flood flows or high flows, the banks become saturated, and then the river lowers back to its normal stage level and flow, but the banks remain saturated, but they don't have the water from the river pushing it back against them. This weakens the bank and leads to mass wasting events where large chunks of sediment fall from the bank into the river, and this adds sediment to the river that isn't able to transport it efficiently, and this negatively impacts water quality. So this is a Google Earth image of the site. You'll see Big Bend is now at the top of the image and the Sharon Steel site on the bottom of the image. And this blue line is showing the bank in 2010, and the red line shows the bank in 2020. So you can see how 10 years of erosion have pushed the bank back quite significantly. So in this table here, you'll see the average flow rates from 2015 to 2020, and then the consequent sediment loss per year. And you'll see that the average flow varies from 50 to 100, which is quite a large discrepancy. That's to show, well, it shows us the fluctuation of flows and the periodic flows of the river, and then consequently the sediment loss relating to those flows can range from 100 to 600 cubic yards per year. And those calculations were made just by using the Google image of the bank and taking a measurement of the distance between the previous year's bank to the current year for those 5 years. And we're pretty much just telling you that there's a ton of sediment that's lost. Like I said earlier, when the mass wasting occurs, it usually occurs all at once. So this sort of makes you think that, oh, maybe just a little bit of sediment every day is eroding away to add up to this yearly average. But really, it's all happening at once. And we're just trying to throw some numbers at you. But the plan to reduce this erosion is to lay back the bank. So we want to make an incline with a maximum slope of 3 to 1 and stabilize the bank with erosion protection fabric, native vegetation, and large boulders. So the large boulders were placed along the toe of the bank to prevent the bank from migrating inland due to erosion. And then fabric and native vegetation were put on the slope to help keep the soil in place. And these practices allow the river to fluctuate and adapt to flows, in contrast with harder structures like concrete and riprap. So on the left, you'll see images before construction of the bank. And then on the right, you'll see the gradual slope and revegetated bank after construction. And the bank stabilization effort also will improve aquatic and riparian habitat, improves river stability and function, increases infiltration, filtration, groundwater recharge, and water storage, and expands the active channel connecting the river to its floodplain, which reduces flood velocities. We've already seen the river utilize the floodplain and deposit sediment and debris during the heavy rainfall events this summer, which was pretty cool to see, and shows us that we've succeeded in that aspect. So a key component of improving habitat is revegetating the area with a variety of native plant species. And historic problems with revegetation include superficial roots that can't reach the water table and therefore require long-term irrigation. Another problem is lack of water or lack of access to irrigation, as well as competition with non-native plants and with pests like deer, beaver, voles, and geese. So to prevent these problems, we planted deep-rooted Fremont cottonwoods and peachleaf willows, as seen in the tall pots in the images. And we provided deep irrigation infrequently. to help the roots grow down to the water table. And as mentioned before, some areas were lowered to create a floodplain, giving the trees easier access to groundwater. We added fencing around all the trees to deter pests, and we added twine around the pond to keep the geese from eating the vegetation. You can see in this bottom image of the twine around the pond. And with the help of volunteers, we planted a little over 200 trees with a current survival rate of 88%. And the bank stabilization area along the river was seeded with wetland sod, shrubs, and wetland plants. And upland mix included Rocky Mountain bee plant, which was quite popular among a variety of species of bee this summer, and other plants. So this vegetation not only provides essential habitat and food for animals, but also adds to the stability of the soil, reduces impermeable surfaces, increases infiltration and filtering of nutrients and pollutants, and reduces stormwater runoff. In the future, these trees will also provide shade for the river, which will keep it cool and improve aquatic habitat. And the success of the vegetation will change over time as the native species become established, and we will continue to monitor the vegetation through cross-sectional surveys, as were discussed in the previous presentation. And what we found so far is that most plants are doing well, but unfortunately, many weeds are filling in the available gaps. So that brings us to weed management. So the first few years of revegetation, we anticipate will require more effort for weed removal than later years. And the priority is to remove noxious weeds first, such as thistle, tamarisk, Russian olive, and Phragmites, among others. So this year, more than 50 bags of weeds were manually removed from the site. But as you can see in the photos, there's some tamarisk starts here by the pond, and these are thistles that pop up no matter how many you remove. So we definitely have our work cut out for us. And the current weed management plan involves controlling weeds through chemical and manual removal, revegetating the area where the weeds were removed, and then monitoring the site for new weed growth and preventing outbreaks by removing weeds in the appropriate time frame. And it's also important to coordinate revegetation and weed removal, because although species like Russian olive are invasive, they still provide good habitat for birds. And we've been careful to leave some of the Russian olive trees on site for this purpose until the native trees are large enough and numerous enough to provide this valuable habitat. Like many restoration projects, this work couldn't be done without the help and support from the community. And this summer we had over 144 volunteers who collectively worked 317 hours, planting trees, weeding, and picking up trash around the site. The Dedicated Hunters program is one group we worked with that incentivizes volunteering to restore habitat in exchange for an early hunting license. And through community involvement, we hope to inspire stewardship of the site and an interest in citizen science to help monitor the progress of the site. So those are just a few of the restoration practices we've incorporated at Big Bend, but there are big plans for Big Bend in the future, including rerouting the Jordan River to a more natural path, as you can see in the image. So the current path of the Jordan River goes around the site to make this big turn, and the proposed plan is to reroute the river to a more natural meander and will allow for wider floodplains on both sides compared to the incised banks that it now has. And this will once again create more high quality habitat for resident and migratory wildlife. The final design will also include more recreation opportunities, so trails to walk on, a boardwalk bridge over the pond, fishing opportunities, and gazebo structures for outdoor classroom learning and such. So I want to take a look at the hydrology of the site. It's important to understand the hydrology of restoration sites to make the most informed design decisions, including design decisions about the best way to reroute the river and establish healthy floodplains. So to study the hydrology of the Big Bend site, we compare groundwater measurements and surface water elevations throughout the site to the flow and stage measurements of the Jordan River. And what this image is showing is the Big Bend site. You can see the pond here, and the Jordan River runs around the outside of the site. And I've overlaid a contour line map, which unfortunately has backwards numbers. Sorry about that. This key is for the contour line map. That's showing elevations of the land. And this key over here, the colors are slightly off because of the overlay of the image, but that's showing these parcels that I've created indicating groundwater elevations and surface water elevations. So what you're seeing, all the white markers are USGS groundwater wells. All the light blue markers are river restoration groundwater wells. And the green markers are where we measure the surface water elevation. So what I've done is color coordinated the elevations of the water. So the North Jordan Canal is in red, has the highest water elevation. Jordan River upstream, that's supposed to be orange, and that's the next lowest water elevation. And then as the river flows downstream, the water elevation decreases from blue to purple. And in the site, you can see that the groundwater elevation, mostly green and some blue, and they're about a foot apart, each of these elevation measurements. But this will give us a good idea of what's going on in the groundwater if we're making decisions about how to reroute the river. How will the groundwater flow? What is the groundwater accessible to plants? Things like that. So like we saw in the previous slide on bank stabilization, the degradation of the channel banks and bed have lowered the water table below the floodplains, which decreases the benefit and the purpose of the floodplain, as well as decreases the availability of water to plants. So the non-native plants are more likely to take over since they're resistant to the harsh conditions and little water, but they lack the ability to provide valuable habitat to wildlife. So it's important that the hydrology of the site will support the native plant communities. And we can relate the groundwater levels of the hydrology of the site to where we choose to plant trees and bushes, and by looking at where the trees are surviving and have access to groundwater. So we'll take a quick look at the graph. This pretty much is showing the same thing that that color map is showing. You have elevation in feet on the y-axis and then date over this summer. You'll see that the canal has the highest water elevation levels, the Jordan River upstream, and then the pond and Jordan River downstream, and then the Jordan River pond outfall. And that's just pretty much a takeaway, is that they're relatively even and consistent over time. So like I said, there are two types of groundwater wells at the site. One is maintained by USGS and collects continual water surface elevation measurements, and the other type is installed by River Restoration Organization and is essentially a plastic pipe that reaches the groundwater, as seen in the image on the right. So to measure the groundwater levels, we use a tape measure that we put in the pipe and mark the water line. So this graph shows elevation on the x-axis and date again on the x. Did I say that right? On the y-axis and date on the x. And the continual measurements are the USGS well measurements, and the dots are the river restoration measurements. So we took the closest river restoration well in proximity to a USGS well to show that our measurements are tracking with the USGS measurements, and they're pretty close. So that validates our methods and gives us an understanding of the hydrology. So this water surface elevation compared to stage graph, what you want to notice here is that the Jordan River stage is in black, and that's measured just upstream of our site through Salt Lake County. And we still have the canal up top here, and Same thing, Jordan River upstream is in yellow, Jordan River downstream in green, and the Jordan River pond outfall in purple. Those all track pretty well, at least in this July 27th to August 5th zone, where there's a little bit of a rise. Obviously, we need to collect more data to have a better understanding of the flow at the site. But what you want to notice is that the USGS well, which is in blue here, is also tracking pretty well with the stage measurement. So that's telling us that the groundwater at the site is acting similar to the water level in the river. So when the river is rising, the groundwater at the site is also rising. And that's pretty consistent among the other USGS well measurements that we see. Another thing to point out is the pond here. It's in this brown color. It does not seem to be correlating with the stage measurements on the Jordan River or with the canal measurements. So we need more data collected on the pond water levels and how the pond is related to groundwater and the surface water, if at all. It is a groundwater pond, so it's fed through groundwater, but it doesn't seem to be correlated with the Jordan River. But we'll need to collect more data to find more. So in summary, the Big Bend Recreation Area is a big project with big goals, some of which we've begun to meet, like laying back the bank, revegetation, community involvement, improving the floodplain hydrology, and improving habitat. So there's still a lot of work to be done, and we will continue to see the evolution of the site in years to come. All right, so thank you all for listening to this presentation. I'd like to thank Salt Lake County and USGS for their data collection, and Jordan River Commission for the trees they provided and helping us plant them. And big thanks to West Jordan City for taking this project on, and they'll be working in the future at the Big Bend site, maintaining the project. And of course, to all of our other partners who have contributed so much to the project. And as I mentioned before, I am an AmeriCorps service member and worked on the project this summer. If you or someone you know is interested in helping with the project next year, please contact Jack Dahlquist, and his information is on the screen. And then I'm ready to open up to questions, and I and Jack can answer any questions you guys have, and Eric, if he's around too.
Thanks so much, Laura. We do have a few questions for you here. The first one here is, are public tours currently available for Big Bend? Can people come through and tour?
Jack?
Or I can take that one. So it's still considered a construction site. It's closed to the public, and we'd ask that most people respect that. However, if you would like to contact me, we can arrange a time and date, and we can go out there and provide tours to be able to look at the project area for anybody who's interested.
Great, thanks, Jack. Laura, are there any trail wildlife cameras at Big Bend? And then as a secondary question that also came in, are you seeing or monitoring any changes in mule deer densities through there, as there's historically been a population there?
That's a good question. From what I know, we do have at least 2 wildlife cameras. And every time I've been on site, I've seen some mule deer, but maybe Jack or Eric can elaborate on that.
So the 2 wildlife cameras are a part of a citizen science project where it's collecting data across the Wasatch Front. I think it's Austin, I can't remember his last name, who is compiling the data. We specifically don't have the data or aren't monitoring for the change in densities of mule deer, but that's something that's collected and that you could reach out to. If you have more questions, feel free to send them my way, and I can point you in the right direction or connect you with the appropriate people who will be able to answer them.
Great. And then another question here about bank stabilization. The boulders that you referenced in one of those slides, are they placed at an elevation low enough to account for channel degradation over time?
I think Eric's probably the best person for that question.
Thank you for unmuting me. What we did was we took into account the scour depth, basically the deepest hole, the deepest scour that was through the whole area, and that was used to determine how deep the boulders are at the toe. A lot of them are about 4 feet deep, with 4-foot rocks, 4 feet deep, and so they actually come about right to the water surface, and then we have the bioengineered matting on top. But there is kind of a fail safe that's 8 or 10 feet deep with 6-foot rocks, that creates a kind of probably not going to go anywhere for the next 100 years type of thing. So we did take into account the scour depth, and used rocks to accomplish that. But we, then we put as much vegetation on top, so you can hardly even see the rocks, but the scour depth is taken care of.
Right. And then a couple questions here that are related to invasive plants. I'll give you both at once. First is, are there other musk thistle that we saw in the photo? I believe that's referring back to that slide you had with the 50 bags of weeds that were being removed. And the second part, our second question there is, are you considering biocontrols for invasive plants or other native plant competitors, et cetera?
It's Scotch thistle mostly out there, 8-foot tall Scotch thistle. It's really fun to pull, especially after it's grown up taller than you. And there's plenty of it in surrounding areas, and that's one of the challenges. And we're working with the surrounding landowners to keep it from just pouring seeds onto the site, Rocky Mountain Power and the Sharon Steel site. So that's a consideration. The only biocontrol that I'm aware of is for Dalmatian toadflax, and we've pretty much got the Dalmatian toadflax under control. We're hoping for hoary crest biocontrol to come forward. Tamarisk beetle are probably around, but those are the only biocontrols that I'm aware of that would be available.
Great. And it looks like we have time for one more question here before we go backstage to the breakout session for the remainder. Well, first off, had a few people say, great job, Laura. A couple thumbs up on that one. And the question we have time for here is, what is the timeline for this project?
That was asked in a previous breakout session. I like to think positively that we can finish it in 18 to 36 months, the majority of the work. It'll be dependent upon funding availability. We do still have about a few million to come up with, and it depends on just how that plays out. But 3 years to be fully done with the groundwork, and then 5 years, that would add 2 years of establishment, monitoring and maintenance and things like that. But if we had $5 million tomorrow, it'd be done in a year. We only have $1 million.
All right, well, we are going to have to cut it off there. There are a few more questions, looks like, in the queue, or one more question in the queue, but we're going to have to go to a breakout session from there. And if anybody else has questions for Laura or Jack or Eric, there's a breakout listed as Continue Q&A with Laura Whitaker. Feel free to join them over there. Thanks, everyone.
Great job, Laura.
Hey, everybody, just want to put in a plug for, we've got a poll open to sort of let us know what your key takeaway is from the Watershed Symposium. So looking forward to your answers.
Okay, everyone, we're back. We're still about a minute ahead of schedule, but I want to keep plugging this away. Please take a look at those on-demand sessions. They really are great. They're going to be there for eternity, well, as long as YouTube exists and our account with YouTube exists. But you can go through and see those. Some of them are really pertinent to everything we've talked about today. It's a lot of good background information. But we are ready to get started with our next presentation. So this presentation is going to go from 3:30 to 4. We will have some time for questions at the end. And I'll start by introducing Hope Braithwaite. So this presentation is called Let's Talk About Poop, Sources and Solutions of Waste in Waterways. Presenting today is Hope Braithwaite. Hope is an assistant professor for watershed quality with the Utah State University Water Quality Extension. Hope earned a BS in wildlife science and minors in fisheries science and environmental studies from Utah State University and a master's in environmental education from Southern Oregon University. Thanks, Hope. Let you take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I feel like I gave you a mouthful, so great job with that intro there. I'm going to make sure I can actually share my screen here. All right, and then just yell at me if you can't see that.
Looks great. So
awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so like Sam said, I'm Hope Braithwaite. I am an assistant professor for watershed quality with Utah State University Water Quality Extension. And I love attending the Salt Lake County Watershed Symposium every year, and I'm really glad that you guys were able to make this happen virtually. I know it's not the same as gathering in person, but thanks so much for doing this. And for participants, thanks for being here, for hanging out until the last talk of the day. I know it's a long day on Zoom, or on WebEx, so thank you for hanging in there with us. So yeah, let's get to it. Let's talk about poop in our waterways and how we're addressing this issue. So for this talk, I'll provide a little bit of background about how and why poop in our waterways is an issue. Since you're here today, this is probably not going to be news to you, but it's still important, and I want to start from kind of that same foundation. I'll share about how we developed 2 different outreach campaigns that target a couple of sources of fecal contamination. So Small Farm Neighbor and Gotta Go are the titles of those campaigns. Then I'll share some future directions that we're planning with these outreach campaigns and leave plenty of time for, and then go over some future directions and then leave plenty of time for questions and discussion about these issues. So why is poop in our water bad? Besides a general just gross gut reaction, you could say, waste contains 2 main types of pollutants that we're worried about and can be harmful. There's nutrients and pathogens that come from our waste. So when waste ends up in our waters, it decomposes and it can release those nutrients and pathogens. It contains harmful bacteria like E. coli or fecal coliform, and also just reduces the aesthetic value of these places that we like to spend time in. So how this all really began was in conversations with the Utah Water Quality Task Force. I know that there's people on here that are on the task force, so thank you for being here. And if you're not familiar with it, this is made up of state, federal, private agencies and organizations that are all across Utah. And then we meet quarterly to discuss water quality issues and try to figure out ways that we can address those issues. And in 2018, 2 that really came up were of kind of growing non-point source concerns. And I loved your question. I did the quiz for the Watershed Symposium, and I was like, oh good, they have non-point source pollution in there. So if you haven't done that quiz, you should go ahead and do that too. So that's just pollution we can't easily point to it. It's not coming from a pipe. It's not coming from an area that we can say, oh, this is exactly where that pollution is coming from. So the 2 issues are pollution from improper treatment or removal of human waste left on trails and in recreational areas. So basically people out recreating and then not properly disposing of their waste. And then the second one is from small acreages in unconsolidated areas and small towns that have animals or gardens or other horticultural activities. So that's essentially people that own a small farm or garden, and that one is broader than just having waste issues. You can have issues with fertilizers or other things, but I'm going to kind of focus more in on the animal waste management issue with small farms too, for that part of it. So this really started in 2018. I was actually in Oregon at that time. I wasn't even in Utah then. I'm from Utah, but I was gone, and other people really started this campaign. So I have to give kudos to Nancy Mesner and the Water Quality Extension team that helped start this in 2018 and got me up to speed on this. So in 2019, and this is where I came on board, we did a survey. So we reached out to agencies and land managers all across Utah who have experience and knowledge of human waste issues associated with recreation in Utah. And so we reached out to about 50 different people, and we had a fairly good response. We had about 33 people either do a phone interview or email us back. And whenever possible, we tried to have a phone conversation and kind of dig into things of what really are the issues, ask follow-up questions, and learn, what's going on, what are the concerns or challenges with human waste on our public lands. And we did end up getting at least one person from, or one manager from every district of the Forest Service and BLM. So this was really to just get a sense of the current problems and concerns about human waste and identify types of recreation and places that are kind of the highest concern. So from those surveys, we learned that this is widespread. So I know that this is the Salt Lake County Watershed Symposium, and there's definitely issues within that watershed, but this is also a statewide issue. So I think anywhere you go in Utah, this is relevant. So we learned that 75% of respondents said that human waste practices do pose a problem within their jurisdiction. And that really varied based on the region, so the type of environment, whether that's desert, forest, alpine areas, and then also by recreational activity. So if it's hiking or rafting. So the problems and challenges that they were having with human waste really depended on A, the type of environment, and B, the type of recreation. So we took that information and we created this campaign called Gotta Go. And so our goal really is to educate people on proper management of human waste when they're visiting Utah's public land. So that can be people in Utah from Utah or people visiting here because of our amazing recreation. So we're trying to do this by catching people's attention on social media. So using humorous memes, some short, quick messaging that's really friendly or interesting, accessible, and then directing them to our website where we have a lot more information that people can use. And I'm going to be brave and try to show you the actual website. So yell at me if you can't see it, but this is our Gotta Go website. Thank you. And it's called gottagoutah.org. So you can check it out. And we took the information that we got from those land managers that we surveyed and said, okay, let's break this up by environment and type of recreation too, because that's what people are having issues with. So we have our homepage, which kind of has general information about going to the bathroom outdoors. We have this amazing quick guide. This is one of my favorite things that we've developed, and I do not have a good design eye. I'm very, probably a little bit more detail oriented. And so in my mind, I thought, okay, let's have this amazing flow chart of if this, then that, if this, then that. And people can follow this really complicated flow chart to figure out what they need to do. And fortunately, we had amazing marketing folks help us out and say, no, you need to really make it simple so people know exactly what they need to do. And it can't be too complicated. So this was a great quick guide. So in forest, you can dig a cat hole, give some information about what that looks like. Desert, alpine areas, you'll want to pack out your waste. And then if you have an RV, then finding a dump station to properly get rid of your waste. Then again, it's broken up by environments. So we have forests and giving information about when to dig it, how to dig a cat hole. We have these very simple graphics too. You know exactly what you need to do. And again, desert, alpine, specific information. This is very Utah specific. It's talking about biological crust too. So we really give the information about how to do these things, and then also the why behind it. One kind of horrifying thing to me that we learned in doing the surveys is that there are places where they've had issues where there isn't a close by dump station, or people weren't able to figure out a nearby dump station to get rid of their waste, and so they were just dumping it wherever. So we came up with this map. It's an RV dump station map. And so wherever you are in Utah, you can look this up and try and find the nearest dump station to you. We try to keep this as accurate as possible. We updated it in May, right before the recreation season this year. We'll do that again next year too. So that's all of the different environments. And then we have specific situations. So then if you're, depending on the recreation type, and you want to know, okay, if I'm going climbing or if I'm going on a paddle trip, what do I need to do in terms of human waste for those types of things? So we also have these resources, and we're going to build this out even more. So again, that's really trying to get people engaged on social media and directing them to our website, where we have a lot more information for what people can do. And we have amazing, hilarious, fun, creative people on our team. Lauren is fantastic. She came up with this great post, and we talk about don't let FOPO, which is the fear of pooping outside, get in the way of you recreating or not knowing, what to do. So we're really trying to make this friendly and approachable, and so people can actually get the information they need. So that's kind of our human waste campaign called Gotta Go. If you remember, the second main area of concern that we learned about was pollution from basically small farms, backyard gardens, places that aren't heavily regulated, and people just have a few animals or just a small acreage that they're managing. So we approach this in a very similar way. This time we actually surveyed people that own those small farms or backyard gardens, and we said, okay, what do you care about? What challenges are you facing? Just tried to learn about them and what they're trying to do. We learned that the most common fertilizer that they use is manure too, so we really want to make sure that they're properly using that manure. Like all of us, or I think most groups of people, the common way of getting information or research is going online. So again, we developed social media and a website to kind of address these issues that people will face and say, okay, if you have a small garden or farm, these are ways that you can be protective of water quality. And so I'm going to show you that one too. And we really wanted to make it actionable. I think honestly the one that I get the most questions about and refer people to is protecting your well. So if you have a well on your property, here's resources for the well, if you need to test your water, all of those kinds of things too. I'll go to our animal actions page because that's most relevant with waste in our waterways. But things that people can do, really, a main one is limiting access to waterways. So this is our campaign focused on reducing waste from small farms. This one has been a little bit more difficult to get people engaged and partnering with us. Gotta Go has been easy in a lot of ways. We've had a lot of partners sharing our resources, telling us how fantastic it is. And it's been harder with this Small Farm Neighbor campaign. And I think part of it is there's usually a cost associated with what we're asking people to do. With Gotta Go, it's fairly simple and fairly inexpensive to go out and buy a wag bag or a trowel or do those types of things. But if you're rearranging your whole farm, if you're building fences, if you're moving watering facilities, that can take a lot of time and energy and resources. So USU Extension, there's a group of us that said, okay, let's see if we can get more funding so that we can give people incentives to do a lot more of these practices that are more protective of water quality. And so in 2020, we were able to get 7 different projects. We did a grant opportunity and said, okay, tell us basically why you need a project, how it will improve water quality, and give us 20% match. And that can be materials and labor, what you're actually doing on your property. And then we can give you $10,000 was our maximum that we awarded. So we were able to award the 7 different projects, and sorry, these photos are a little bit blurrier, but this is a good example of one where you can see dogs in the photo at that point, but it was cattle that made all of those trampling marks. And so they fenced out the riparian area with the money that we were able to give them. And it's been really interesting to work with producers and with other extension county faculty that are throughout the state. For this grant opportunity, it was only a few counties that we were able to offer it to. And one of the main person that's really headed this is Josh Dallin. He's been fantastic. And he said, I was actually thinking of one particular producer that I knew and about how many issues I think they had. And he said, as soon as he put out the flyer, they came and said, oh my gosh, I think my land, I really need to do this. And he didn't want to tell them that, yeah, I actually had your property in mind as I was developing this project. And he was going to talk to them later about it anyway. But I just thought that was great because people have been very responsive and have wanted to do these things. And so it's been great to be able to give funds or be able to help people out to actually make these changes to be more protective of water quality. And we just barely awarded money for 9 more projects. We applied again and were able to get more funding from the Division of Water Quality. And so we did subgrants for 9 more projects. We expanded to a few more counties, and we're hoping to grow this so it'll be a statewide program. All right, so future directions for these campaigns. We definitely want to keep all of our resources current and relevant, whatever is happening or going on. Right now, we want to make it just very relevant for folks. We launched both of these campaigns. They were ready to go for 2020, and it was right during the start of the pandemic too. And it was very interesting because both of these issues actually became bigger issues because of the pandemic. And so the timing actually worked out really well to say, okay, there's way more people now that want to go out and recreate. There's less staff that are available in the summer of 2020 to have facilities and to maintain them. And so people really do need to know how to properly take care of their waste when they are recreating. Same thing with a lot more people wanting to have some chickens or some cows or some horses or have a small garden or do those practices because of the pandemic. So the timing, in some ways, unfortunately, but in some ways, I'm glad we were ready for it, worked out really, really well to have these resources. We've gotten a lot of questions about pet waste, and so we're actually going to add that as a page with our Gotta Go campaign. We've also got questions about, okay, how do we talk about this with our kids? How do we teach our children how to properly go to the bathroom outdoors? So we're going to put together some resources for that as well. So those are just some of the ideas, and really just wanting to expand the collaborations that we have. We've had amazing partners from the Forest Service, BLM, Utah Division of Water Quality, different nonprofits. It's been really, really wonderful to work with so many different people and organizations. And just recently, a couple of weeks ago, the Division of Water Quality, in collaboration with other partners, put up a couple of porta potties in places where they've seen just crazy amounts of recreation. And they said, hey, can we have some type of messaging for people that's going to say, we're putting up these porta potties now because there's a huge need, but we can't maintain them forever, or they're not going to be here forever. So people need to learn how to take care of their waste. And so we developed this flyer specifically for that project. So we're happy to do things like that. If you have a project site or you're in an area where you think, oh man, I just really, there's a human waste issue here, and we need to educate people, but we don't really know how, or we need to take it a little bit more, make it more specific to this site. We're happy to do that. We're happy to work with you and create resources that are very local to whatever issue or site you're working on. And then I do just want to let you know, as part of USU Water Quality Extension, these are the two main campaigns I spoke about today, the Gotta Go campaign and the Small Farm Neighbor campaign. But we also do other things. There's Utah Water Watch, which is our community science water quality monitoring program. And then Streamside Science is for educators. So we have lots of lessons and activities that are related to water quality. We do educator trainings too, usually in the summertime. So we have over 20 teachers that are currently out monitoring with our students, and then they upload that data to SitSci. I saw that Sarah's on here too, which is fantastic. So we have a lot of different programs. You can check us out if you just, probably the easiest way is just Googling Utah Water Watch or Streamside Science or any of those things. You can go to our main water quality extension website, and I put our Facebook on there as well. So yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I think I left plenty of time for questions and discussion. So I'm going to actually stop my screen sharing so I can see folks a little bit better.
Great. So we do actually have a few questions, and thanks so much, Hope. I feel like, I mean, it's like the kind of thing that nobody wants to talk about poop, but then as you do, everybody like smiles and chuckles and is like, this is really fun. So it's definitely important, especially I think in COVID, everybody noticed that every trailhead got a lot worse because everyone was outside.
Yeah, definitely.
We do have a few questions here. You can probably see them, but I'll kind of bring things up as we go, keep a little bit of organization. First and foremost, did your team have fun putting together the Gotta Go materials? Because they're creative and they're pretty silly.
Yes, no, it's fantastic. And I will say anything that's really funny or creative did not come from me. It's coming from Lauren, Megan, Nancy. Like, I have so many hilarious, fun people that I work with. And so what I try to do is just give them a platform to use that creativity. We also worked with Josh, oh no, I can't remember his last name right now, Palmer, and he was fantastic. He was saying that this is probably one of his dream jobs. You know, if he could tell 4-year-old Josh that he was going to be working on a poop campaign as an adult, like you can't get any better than that. So yeah, we like to have fun with it. It's a definite issue, but why not, I don't know, make it fun and humorous and get people to actually talk about it and deal with it.
Right. Another one real quick. Could you repeat the name of the Citizen Science Water Quality, where did that question just go? Citizens Water Quality Campaign Project.
Yeah, for sure. So that's called Utah Water Watch. And so, yeah, you can just search Utah Water Watch. I can put that in the chat. I guess I can actually.
Yeah, or Hannah can throw it in the chat. We'll keep so we got people in the background for it.
Perfect, thank you.
And then let's go to another one. So there was one slide a little while back that was about the small farm grants. Where does the funding for these grants come from? Specifically, is it non-point source 319?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so that's from NPS funding from the Division of Water Quality. So yeah, they got it right.
Cool. And then where's the other one? How are you monitoring the success of these programs?
Yeah, that is such a difficult one. That's a really good question. So we launched this in 2020. That was a weird year for anything, and so we were just kind of like, okay, let's just put it out there and see how it goes. So Small Farm Neighbor was an interesting one. I didn't want to get too into it in this presentation, but we actually started it and launched it in 2020 as Don't Share. That was the whole campaign name. We were running with it as far as there's things we want to share, and there's things we don't want to share, like your in-laws Facebook post, pollution, weeds, disease to your neighbor through our waterways. So that was kind of our messaging, but our partners were not super supportive of it, and they thought it was too negative. We needed a more positive messaging. So we had to completely, basically so far what we've done is just taken what our partners have told us, what people have said, and really just ran with that. We do want to actually redo these surveys probably next year, get one more season under our belt, and then do those follow-up surveys that we started these out with and say, okay, has there been an improvement? What are remaining issues? And kind of go from there. And we do have social media metrics, and I didn't get into that too much, but social media has been a great way for us to get traffic to our website. Generally around 33% of our website traffic comes from social media. So people really are using that as a way to access our website.
Okay. And speaking of the website too, another question, is there a page on your website where you explain to the public sort of the why behind needing to control fecal coliform impacts?
Yeah, that's a good question. And in each of the environments we have that because it does kind of vary. So for deserts, it takes longer for that human waste to decompose. So there's different messaging on each one of our pages specific to that environment. I can't remember, to be honest, if our homepage has that. I think it's more in the different environments.
Okay. Another one, just speaking of outreach and things like that, have you reached out? This question specifically says scout groups or other youth programs, but even expand upon that to other groups.
Yeah, that would be great. We haven't, I would say with youth groups, we haven't really reached out to them so much. So that would be fantastic. I am always looking for more partners and collaborators. So if anyone is interested, if you're interested, that's great too. But if you're interested, please contact me and I'd be happy to set something up or work with you to do that because I think that's super helpful. And with us developing these pages too about kind of talking to kids or teaching kids how to do these things. I mean, I grew up in southern Utah and my mom, like I remember my first backpacking trip, she taught me like, this is a wag bag, this is what we're gonna do. And I remember at that point being like, oh, all right, okay, like I was taught as a kid and I think that's so important, but no one has an Arlene, or not everyone has an Arlene Braithwaite in their life that's going to be doing that. So, yeah, I think that's really important to get that message out there to youth groups.
Right. And we have all your contact info on the Symposium page. People are free to email you about any of that stuff. So, right. Next one is a little more specific question. Do you have any plans for roadside wastes? Comment saying that there seems to be a growing problem with that as people are just traveling long distances with the public.
Oh, that's a good question. I hadn't thought of that. That's a great idea. We do have, as part of 2020, we realized in talking to land managers and so many different people that it's such an issue in terms of just waste, like trash in places too. Going to trailheads and going different places where they're just saying, oh my gosh, there's so many styrofoam coffee mugs and candy wrappers and all those kinds of things. So we did start I guess next year it'll officially be annual, but a yearly Pack It Out Utah event. So it's 1 week in September where we're asking everyone to go out and clean up trash. And we didn't hold any in-person events in 2020, but we did have local partners and groups that went out and cleaned up that way. And so maybe there's a way to expand it there to actual roadside collection too. So yeah, that's great to bring to the forefront.
All right. And then the last question we have on here right now, which is actually kind of perfect with our timing. Is there an identifiable difference in canine excrement versus human waste on water quality and removal in water treatment?
This is so perfect because, okay, right before this, Sam and I were in our little backstage group and Sam was saying, I have all of this data about fecal matter in, I think, all the tributaries into the Jordan. Is that what you were saying?
Some of the major ones, yeah. So
Okay.
we can speciate E. coli within a little bit, and we've been doing it here in Salt Lake County.
Which is fantastic because I didn't actually know about that. I'm learning so much about all these different things. And so, yeah, it's fascinating to know that you can actually determine canine, human, avian. So yeah, so that's super interesting.
Great. All right, and we are actually just like coming up on the 4 o'clock mark to go to our closing comments. I did want to say though, Hope, I think there's quite a bit of interest, people to talk with you, and I don't know if they're going to run after the closing comments, but would you be okay to meet in that breakout session after the closing comments? Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
for sure.
We'll do closing comments, and then we'll just make sure that someone's there to do that in case they want to add anything. But at this point, thanks, Hope. That was great. And I will start to turn things over to Bob for our closing comments. Maybe, if he's here. Let's see. Hold up on the participants. He might have ran away.
Okay, can you hear me?
Got you now, loud and clear.
All right. Okay, thanks, Sam. Thanks, Hope. That was a great one to close out on. Man, what a symposium. I think my favorite component of the 2021 symposium was the degree of civility and the space allowed for contrasting points of view by the participants. The old adage, whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting, was notably absent. Well, at least the fighting part. I have no idea what was in all your mugs. I know mine is here, but it's empty. But regardless, the fighting was absent, and diverging points of views were on water resource planning were presented, and healthy Q&A sessions followed. I think we can serve as a model for a lot of society right now with that being present. We presented a broad array of subjects, and they were including hydrology, citizen science, water conservation, water supply planning, green infrastructure, data collection, and river restoration, and yes, poop in our waterways. We have much to reflect upon, and I hope I have the opportunity to work with some of you in the future. Thank you again to all the presenters and to the Salt Lake County staff who made this symposium happen. It was a great reminder of the ties that bind us and hopefully will serve as a renewed call for us to use our collective understanding and individual skill sets to continue the discourse regarding water in Utah. And especially thanks to each of you for joining us for our 15th annual Watershed Symposium and for sharing your wealth of experience. It was really wonderful to see a bunch of familiar faces and great to meet a bunch of new ones. So with that, I'm going to turn the time back over to our hosts. And if anybody wants to go back and join Hope for more discussions on waste in our waterways, I can't wait to hear it. Thanks.